Good afternoon and welcome to the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners meeting for August 17th, 2020. Excuse me, August 19th, 2020. We want to welcome you and we want to welcome any of you that are joining us online. We just want to pass on a bit of information regarding how we run our meetings on Zoom during this time of social distancing. If visual aids are used during the meeting, the presenter will share the screen with the call. Participants will not be able to view them without a computer, smartphone, or tablet. All participants will be entered into the meeting with their audio muted, meaning the commission and the public will not be able to hear you. Presenters will be unmuted when their agenda item comes up. We ask that all online presenters use good conference call etiquette and mute their line when not speaking and introduce themselves each time they speak. If you have a public comment on an agenda item or under regular public comment, please use the raise your hand function on Zoom. Staff will call on you and unmute you. We ask that speakers give their name and address for the minutes. The county reserves the right to shut off the microphone and remove any speaker from the meeting if they are vulgar, rude, or inappropriate. The chat function has been disabled and a recording of this meeting will be available on our website after each meeting. Tonight's meeting has 5 items on the consent agenda. We have 3 planning items on our regular agenda. Then we'll do appointments, general public comment, commissioner and administrator miscellaneous. We'll start with our consent agenda item. Commissioners, is there any item on the consent agenda that you'd like to have removed for more comment?
I do not.
Seeing none, we'll check with the public. And we do this by checking here at the courthouse to see if there's anybody here who would like to give public comment or pull an item for public comment from the consent agenda. Seeing none, we'll check in with online. I don't know if it's Amy or Jill.
I got it.
Okay. Anyone online who'd like to raise their hand on a consent agenda item? Seeing none.
We don't have anyone.
Great, thank you. I would take a motion for items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 of the consent agenda.
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 That completes our consent agenda. We'll go on to our regular agenda items. The first one is from the Planning Department to consider rezoning Z20-00163, 12 acres from AG1 to AG2 at 173 East 1250 Road. And I believe this was an item that was on the agenda, and we're glad to see Mary Miller here today to join us and speak on this item. Hi, Mary.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a mix-up with last week. We meant to move it off, but it stayed on somehow. And so
Mary, hang on just a second. For some reason, we're not hearing you.
Oh, dear. Let's see.
Mary, if you can hear me, just hang on a second.
Are you able to hear me? I can use my phone. Oh, you can hear me on Zoom. Okay, good.
We're having a little bit of technical difficulties. We'll let you know, Mary, when you can try again here.
Okay, thanks.
Try again, Mary. Say something again.
Okay, can you hear me now? Doesn't appear like it. Can you hear me?
This is Robin. I can hear you on Zoom. So we'll work on it.
Okay.
We can hear you now.
Okay. That's great. I will now try to share my screen. And are you able to see that? The PowerPoint?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm Mary Miller, a City County Planner. And as you mentioned, this is a rezoning request to go from the Ag 1 to the Ag 2 district. It's for approximately 10.37 acres. And the property is located south of the intersection of highways 56 and 59. It's directly in the intersection of North 200 Road and East 1250 Road. The property itself contains about 32.9 acres. It's a mix of residential uses. You can see in the southeast corner, there's a portion that's used residentially with a house and a yard with trees. The remainder is used for agriculture, and the pink area shows the floodplain on the property. This is a proposed land division that was provided by the surveyor with the application. The area that's being requested for rezoning has been reduced somewhat by about an acre. The pink area shows the area that will remain, and this would be keep the Ag 1 zoning. It would still be more than 20 acres. And the purpose of this rezoning is to accommodate a homestead exemption survey. This is something that was added in the subregs in 2006 so that properties that had houses, the house and some acreage, could be removed and retain its right to a building permit. However, when we revised the zoning regulations in 2020, we created the new zoning district Ag 2. And in order to divide into something less than 20 acres, you need to be zoned Ag 2. And so that's the reason for this additional step with homestead exemption surveys. If they go below the 20 acres, which they normally do, they would first need to be rezoned to Ag 2. And a homestead exemption survey has several criteria that have to be met. These are sent to the county surveyor and the zoning and codes office, and they review them to see if they meet the criteria. The house has to have been in existence prior to 2006 when the zoning or subdivision regulations were adopted. The septic system has to be entirely on the property, and the property has to meet the lot or dimensions for the zoning district, and it also has to meet the frontage requirements of the access management standards. And so these have been reviewed by the county surveyor and found to be appropriate and met. And so in order to accommodate the homestead exemption survey, they've submitted this rezoning application. We look at the golden factors and the review criteria in the zoning regulations when we look at zoning requests. One thing we look at is the requested rezoning compatible with the zoning and land uses of the surrounding area? This graphic shows the Ag 2 zoning in the area as yellow. The purple area is the Ag 1, and then the pink area is the floodway fringe overlay district. The hatched area just shows the portion of the property that would be rezoned to Ag 2 if this zoning is approved. And so the proposed zoning is compatible with and consistent with the current zoning in the area. We look at the land use in the area to see if the proposed use is going to be compatible. Right now, there is no change in use being proposed. The parcel that would be divided has a house and would stay residentially developed. The difference is that the remaining portion that keeps the Ag 1 district, that would be eligible for a residence as well. This shows the land uses per the Douglas County Appraiser's Office. The yellow are single family residential and the purple are agricultural, and the gray are for some reason labeled vacant at the moment, but those would be single family residential as well. And the proposed use, the agriculture and the residential, would be compatible with these land uses. And this shows more a idea of the development pattern in the area and the land use you can see from the aerial. You do see the stream corridor, the wooded stream corridor cutting through from the northwest to the southeast, and this is where the floodplain is located. It also extends onto the subject property. You can see the agricultural uses as well as the smaller parcels that are outlined in blue, which have been divided, and many of these have been created or developed with residential uses. So the proposed land division and use would be compatible with the land uses in the area. We look at what is the character of the area, and most of the time when we review a site plan, we look at an area about a mile radius from the subject property. With this one, we did not look to the east of the highway. To the east of the subject property, you have 1250 Road, and then you have Highway 59. And so any changes on this property would more than likely have no impact on any land to the east of Highway 59. So we kept our area on the west side. It's bounded on the south by North 100 Road, on the north by North 300 Road, and then East 1100 Road to the west. And I divided up into these three sections because it kind of shows the development pattern. Most of the small parcels have been divided out along the roadway for 1250 Road and North 100 Road, where the northwestern portion has been left large parcel agricultural. And so the proposed rezoning is in the portion that does have the small lots. The red dot or yellow dots show where residences are currently located. And I took these from the GIS map, so there could be some errors, but this gives you a general idea of where the homes are located. And they are located along 1250 Road and North 100 Road primarily. And so the proposed land division would be in keeping with the character. I also did a calculation to see just what portion of these areas that I've divided contain parcels of less than 20 acres. And in area 1, this has not been divided. This would be seen as a very unlikely area to recommend rezoning in area 1, just due to the fact that it's primarily large lots, agricultural. Area 2 with the subject property, about 38% of that has been divided into parcels of less than 20 acres. And so the proposal would be consistent with the land development in that area and should not impact the character. We look to see if there's any detrimental effects that would occur with the request. With this request, there could be an additional residence on that Ag 1 parcel. A home could be built there. The property is on East 1250 Road, which is a county route, and it's about a mile south of the intersection with Highway 56 and 59, so it has good access to the major transportation network. And so the rezoning would possibly result in 1 additional residence, and that should not have any detrimental effect due to the transportation network and then the development pattern of the area. With the adoption of the zoning regulations this year, we added some criteria. One was we look at the impact on environmentally sensitive lands. And so the top left graphic these are all from the staff report, but the top left graphic shows where class 2 soils are located on the property, primarily in the southwest corner. And the graphic on the right bottom side shows where we look at prime farmland. And the prime farmland is highlighted in green. There's a very small amount in the bottom southwest corner. And next to that, you'll see an area that's outlined in blue but not highlighted. And that is called prime farmland if drained. And that is the area with the floodplain. And then we have another area, I think you can see my mouse, but it's outlined here. This is prime farmland of statewide importance. However, as you'll see on the next slide, this area contains steep slopes and wetlands. It's actually a drainage for the pond just to the south. And so this would actually not be very suitable for agricultural use. And this graphic does show those steep slopes. They're shown in orange on the top graphic, and then the wetlands are shown in the blue. And so the statewide farmland, typically it would just not be well suited for agriculture due to the topography and the wetlands on the property. And we also look for the suitability for agriculture uses. And with this application, the NCCPI index, which is a National Commodity Crop Production Index, we've been using these in order to develop a LISA system for evaluation. This matches pretty closely with the other factors we've looked at, the class 2 soils and with the prime farmland. It shows that the highest capability is area D, and that was the prime farmland on the prime farmland. The next highest would be C, which is 80 to 90. But again, this contains the steep slopes and the wetlands. And then A is also very productive. That's 60 to 70. It's a rating. So that's very high productive. And then the rest is just a little under average, evidently, 40 to 50. And so the subject property contains average productivity as far as agriculture, as well as the area C, which is not suited for agriculture at all. And there's a residence on this. It isn't shown on this, but the residence would also make the small portion that's being divided out also not suited for agricultural use. The remainder is well suited. We look at some other factors. We look at how long the property has been vacant as zoned. The house was built in the 1920s and it's been farmed since then, so that property is not vacant. We look at compliance with area plans, but there are no adopted long-range plans for this area, so the comprehensive plan is the guiding tool. We look at the suitability to the uses to which it is restricted. And as I mentioned with the previous rezoning, the Ag 1 and Ag 2, the uses are very similar because the only use changes are different conditional uses are allowed when they're approved of the conditional use permit. The difference between the two districts is the density at which development is permitted. And so There are no changes in uses, just an increase in density. They'd be able to have one extra house if this homestead exemption survey is divided off and rezoned to Ag 2. And then we look at the gain to the public health, safety, and welfare if the rezoning requests were denied. However, since there would be no detrimental impacts, we don't see any gain to the public health, safety, or welfare by the denial. We look at the comprehensive plan, and these are some of the recommendations. It does recommend conserving identified sensitive lands. And as you saw in that one slide, there are wetlands and steep slopes on the portion that's being requested to be removed. This would not be divided with a certificate of survey, so we would not put building envelopes, but it would go to the zoning and codes office. Any building permit would go to their office for review, and they do look at, they would not approve a building permit that was on a wetland. And they look at other features such as that. So they would look into the sensitive lands and protect them when they look at the building permits. It recommends we minimize agricultural land conversion to other non-agricultural uses, minimize non-agricultural residential development outside the urban growth area, and provide housing opportunities while conserving the overall rural character. And so just looking through the various factors, this would convert some agricultural land to non-agricultural as far as residential use, but the property owner wanted a little over 10 acres, so they intend to have a cow or something on it, but it would not necessarily be considered agriculture because there's no requirement for it to be agriculture. It does provide housing opportunities, and it does allow that house to be removed with a small parcel through that exemption to the subregs. On July 22nd, 2020, the Planning Commission voted 9-0 to forward this request to you with a recommendation for approval based on the findings in the staff report. Hi, and I believe the applicant is here today, and I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. Call on the applicant if they'd like to make a statement or share anything with the commission.
I didn't see the applicant listed in the attendees. If the applicant is there, I'd ask that they raise their hand so I can move them into the panelist function.
Thanks, Jill, and be real close on that microphone.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Again, if the applicant is on this Zoom, please use the raise your hand function so I can allow you to speak.
Okay, if the applicant does show up, raise your hand and we'll get you in there. We do need to disclose any ex parte communications that we've had on this item. Commissioners, I have not had any.
I have not had any.
Any questions, commissioners, for Mary?
No, I didn't.
Not seeing any. I will open it up to public comment. Is there any public comment on this item? This is for the rezoning of 12 acres from AG1 to AG2 at 173 East 1250 Road. And you just need to raise your hand either here in the courtroom or on Zoom. Not seeing any. Okay, we'll bring it up to the commission for any further comment or motions. I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve a request to rezone Z20-00163, approximately 12 acres from AG1 agricultural to AG2 traditional agriculture district based on the findings presented in the staff report.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Mary.
I do have one quick question, Mary. It's not about this particular project, but I know that we're trying, are you on the team that's trying to develop the LISA system?
Yes, yeah, I'm working with zoning and code staff, and we are working with the NRCS, the Douglas County Extension Office, and then he's reached out to several soil scientists at K-State to help us develop a good system. And we're hoping to have this up and running so we can kind of start some field testing and then probably bring that before you to have you see what we're looking at as far as the system.
It seems like we have a lot of these rezones. This got pretty popular, I think, once the moratorium came off and the new regs were on. And so I just think if there's any way we can get that the sooner we can get that LISA system going, the better, and get a study session and really get familiar with it, because I think it'd be nice to have some objective, if that scoring system would be really helpful. So thank you for working on that.
Sure.
Okay, our next agenda item is to consider a site plan, SP 2000177 for sod shop at North 1900 Road and East 1450 Road. And I see Catherine is here, so I'm going to take it that this is your item. Welcome, Catherine.
Commissioners, happy to be here. So I'm here to bring for your consideration the site plan application for the sod shop. Let me see if I can share my screen here so we can get that rolling. Can you see that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so again, this is for the site plan for the sod shop, and it's located at the intersection of East 1450 Road and North 1900 Road. This will show you the general location. It's just west of that airport property. So along 1450 Road there at the intersection of 1900. I've lost my navigation bar here. So surrounding zoning in the area, for context, we have a lot of AG1, so it's primarily agricultural land. There's a few slivers of light industrial along East 1450 Road and then to the north and south. But for the most part, this is primarily AG1 until you get to the airport property, which is general industrial in the city limits. Again, surrounding land use, just to show you how the property is being used, that industrial slivers do have some industrial or commercial properties on them, or commercial activity. There is a development of rural residential just to the west, but primarily this is all open agricultural land. So the key points of this particular site plan, it is an agricultural business, but the scope of the changes to the development on the property do require the county site plan review. They are changing egress on the property, they're proposing a structure, and parking is included, which are triggers for that site plan, even for agricultural type uses. So this particular property is located in that Tier 3 growth area of the comprehensive plan, and it is located in the Northeast Sector Plan area. So when we do have development in those areas, we do want to make sure that they do comply with our comprehensive plan and sector plans. Future land use designated for this particular parcel is agriculture. So this is an agricultural use that they're proposing. The proposed equipment shop and office are to provide a location for an existing agriculture business. You'll see in an upcoming image that it is centrally located to their actual agricultural fields, their sod fields. The business does fall under, again, that agriculture use classification of the zoning regs. And then just another key point for this particular project, drainage management is a plan goal in that Northeast Sector Plan. So, drainage is discussed in this particular proposal in the staff report, and we did have some communication, and primarily those communication items are related to drainage. So we may want to discuss those as we move through the project. Criteria for review for county site plan. We want to make sure that the proposed use is permitted in the district. This is a proposed agricultural use permitted in the AG1, which is the primary agriculture district. We want to ensure that the character of the area is also maintained as part of that being permitted in the district. And in looking in the surrounding land use and zoning, it is consistent with the AG1 and the development pattern within that zoning area. We also want to make sure that vehicular ingress and egress are provided in a safe and efficient manner, both to the site and to adjacent roadways. This is located on an intersection, county intersection, North 1900 Road and East 1450. So it does provide adequate ingress and egress for their equipment and to the site. That it provides safe movement for pedestrians within the site. The nature of this particular application is primarily for the ag use for their equipment to come and go. There is a small office. They are providing adequate parking to that office and the movement of pedestrians within the site. We also want to ensure that there's sufficient mixture of grass. Well, I see there's a typo there, trees and shrubs with the interior or adjacent to public right-of-ways as and where required by the code. So we'll discuss that a bit. And then any exterior storage or outdoor trash areas are screened. This particular project did not propose any exterior storage or trash area. If they have something other than a polycart, that would obviously need to be screened. So this is the area of the Northeast Sector Plan to give you context where we're located in that plan. Again, this is just west of the airport property and along that East 1450 roadway. This is the first page of the site plan showing the general layout of where the building massing is located on the site. You'll see this match line at the bottom is roughly the halfway point. It's an 18-acre parcel, and we're only talking about development on the north 9 acres. That development is also this little curved line here, if you can follow my cursor, which we'll see on an image in a moment, is the indication of soil type boundary. And the development is primarily outside of the soils area. And so this is depicting exactly on the site where they propose to do that. And just to note, that southern portion of the 18-acre or 18+ acres is proposed to remain as open agricultural land that they may be using to farm their sod. So this is the more detailed layout of the site plan showing the area of the proposed shop and office. The office is very small. It's noted on the west portion of the subject property. Again, this is basically their storage and shop area for their equipment. If they have light maintenance they need to perform on their equipment, and where they would bring their equipment to store overnight. So this is the shop area. This building to the north is noted as future equipment shed. So that would be a potential growth area in the future. The parking area is immediately adjacent to the small office where staff would come and park, and then their small staff for office activities would be right outside the office portion of the building here. They are also proposing, as part of this project and at the recommendation of the county engineer, they have proposed a large drainage area in this, or detention area in the northeast corner. And then they've adjusted contours along 1900 Road to create some swale areas to also address drainage for this area. They're also using compacted gravel. There's no indication of any paved, hard paved areas, assuming maybe that the sidewalk would be paved, but the parking and area for the equipment removal is all compacted gravel. So that is better, at least, than paved areas for water detention, or water runoff, I should say. This is the location of the property in relation to some of their nearby sod fields. As you can see, it's kind of centrally located to their sod fields, so this provides direct and easy access to those areas that they're actively farming for sod. This is the area map showing those high-class soils that are in demand for agricultural property. The boundary here that I mentioned on the site plan, that little curved boundary is indicated here. The class 2 soils make up the predominant portion of the site. There are some class 1 soils in the south west corner. Again, their proposal is to keep all of that structure and activity for the equipment in this non-high class soil area. There's only a portion of the gravel that kind of comes down into this, but they are trying to maintain that high class soil area. So this is an image from our GIS floodplain overlay map that shows where the current floodplain is mapped. I want just to draw your attention up here to the north west of the property, or northeast, I'm sorry. Obviously, water does not stop in a straight line. So this area here is just, it's not mapped, but there probably is some flooding area just to the west of that line. But this is the mapped area of the floodplain that we have. We do have some concerns that have been addressed from neighboring properties in the area. I believe one of them is in this general location. I mean, they are relatively close to that floodway area. And again, this applicant has tried to address those drainage concerns and mitigate the development that they're creating on the site. They've worked with their engineer and the county engineer to come up with a detention and swale area that should help mitigate runoff from their particular development. So further action that would be required on this particular application would be that county building permits would be required if the county chooses to approve the site plan application. In your course of action tonight, you have the option to approve either with or without conditions. Staff has currently not recommended conditions, but based on how our discussion goes, if conditions seem appropriate, we can certainly add those. Or you could deny the project or defer for further study.
Thank you,
And then
Catherine.
staff is recommending that the Board of County Commissioners consider approval of the site plan based on the findings of fact in the staff report. And I'd be happy to stand for questions or answer any comments or whatever you might have.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt you there.
No, that's okay.
Is the applicant here? Do you know?
I believe so. I believe the applicant's representative and the applicant are both here.
Okay.
And I decided to stop sharing here so they can, there we go.
Yeah, Catherine, we have a quick question before we hear from the applicant.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I was going through the packet today and saw that some of the key folks out in Grant Township who, always have a concern about drainage didn't have correspondences in the packet related to this. And so one key one was the Caw Valley Drainage District. And I know that they sent their letter kind of mid-afternoon today based on comments they had made at the meeting in February. And then the Charlie Novogradic sent his note quite late in the afternoon. Those are really key stakeholders in the area. And then Grant Township is not represented in the correspondence. I don't think they were notified, but as a unit of local government out there, would they have been notified?
I believe they were notified on the last one. They should have been notified if they were on that radius. I think it was a half-mile radius. If they were on there, they should have been notified.
But would a township, they don't have a location, they're a unit of government. Would they be part of the planning process on this?
They typically are. It goes out when we get those application submittals. They're on our email list. And I thought we did get one on the last application that we had for this one. So it would have been. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Did you get any communication from Grant Township on this application? Or
no, we did not. We did not. And I think I talked to Tanya today, and she had touched base with the Caw Valley Drainage District representative, and he, I think, was under the understanding that all of those communications from the last application would come forward to this application. I'm not sure everyone was clear that it was a different application process, because that last,
There were a couple of people that I talked to. Were there any other comments from the other application that weren't forwarded to this?
I went back through and I did jot down, just to give you a gist of what the concerns were, and I have those and I can go through those if you would like to hear them. And I did break them down from both the Caw Valley Drainage District, although I think they've updated their comments at this time, and then the two neighbors that had sent comments in. I have kind of an outline of those concerns, and I can go through them quickly.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry to mess up the flow of this. I'm happy to hear from Wade too, but first, but I just want to make sure that those voices are represented, because they need to be part of this conversation.
No, I think that's important, and I compiled those once I was made aware that there was some misunderstanding that they didn't get any comments in. I've compiled their comments from the last application, and I'm happy to go through those for you.
Are they in our packet though, or you're just?
They're not. They're not in the packet because it was a totally different application process, and that application was for a rezoning that basically was not able to be put forward for hearing because it was contingent upon a comprehensive plan amendment, and that comprehensive plan amendment was denied. And so that in essence nullified the zoning request. And so that was not able to come forward to hearing.
Nancy, can I have you get just a little closer to the microphone too?
Sure.
Thank you.
Sorry. So I guess I guess that's part of my concern about today's application or today's hearing, is that I think folks were notified and sent their correspondences in on that meeting for the rezoning to industrial in February, and they some of the folks I talked to, I think, were notified with this but thought that they had already done it. So I don't think they recognized that this was a whole different process and they needed to resend or recreate their correspondence.
There might be a way that we can help aid that in the future, but I can go through those concerns if you want now.
Sure.
Yeah. So as you know from the Caw Valley Drainage District, the primary concern is about drainage. And I think they have updated their list of concerns and are actually making some recommendations to you that they would hope you would consider in this new updated letter. There also was concern at that time about intensive industrial uses on this property and the increase again on that drainage. The neighbors, there were two sets of neighbors that had issued concerns, again, primarily about the drainage and flooding and any runoff that might come downstream, be it at the time of a rain event or later. They were concerned about their farmland and their farms. And also, again, about the intensification of use and the options that a potential rezoning to industrial would permit. And then the other concern was the loss for farmland, and that if any potential industrial use were to go in there, it would be a significant loss of farmland. So those are the synopsis of the concerns that we got from the two neighbors in the Caw Valley Drainage District.
Would you mind naming I'd like to know who the...
Yeah, I think we had a letter from Natalia Lother, and then we had a letter from Charlie and Deborah, I think at the Chestnut, Charlie Nova, I don't know how you say his last name, and I apologize for that, but I think they were the ones that potentially had contacted you, letting you know that they didn't know they needed to.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate your help on that.
It looks like the applicant's online and a representative for the applicant. So give them a chance to address the commission. Dean, it looks like your mic's off, but Wade, it's not.
Hi, this is Wade Wilbur here.
Hi, Wade, we can hear you and see you just fine. Maybe you can't hear me. Can you hear me, Wade?
I can hear you, yep.
Good. Yeah, if you have any statements to the commission you'd like to make, go ahead.
I don't think so. I think they presented what I'm trying to do. I just like to, build a building to house my machinery in a centrally located area to continue my agribusiness in the area, and also have a small area to, to have a couple employees work in an office there.
So Wade, I have a quick question for you. We got some communication pretty darn late on this one, and I'm usually not very comfortable making a decision when I get communication so late into the packet. I just don't think neighbors have a chance to see that. I'm not saying we were going to do this, but I would be interested to hear your response. If we gave a little more time to consider this at a future meeting, how might that impact your plans, your business?
I guess I've been going through this process, for, I don't know for sure, maybe 9 months or so now. We tried with the industrial zoning earlier and went and met with the planners, and then they, after reading everything, recommended that I go through the agricultural zoning and do it that way because I was an ag business and this was ag land. I desire to have this building up and in operation for the next growing season. So I'd like to build it, over the winter and have it where I could be using it by next season. So the clock is ticking on that, I guess.
Sure. Have you had a chance to see the Caw Valley letter and some of the other neighbors' correspondence that came into us today?
No, I have not. I've been working with Dean Grove and Grove Engineering, and we've been having a circle of communication as far as drainage questions that the Caw Valley Drainage District had and with the county. And then we had been modifying our plan and making amendments for stormwater retention and such that, to my understanding, was, in compliance or in agreement with those at the county.
Those are my questions. Any other questions?
So Wade, hi, this is Nancy.
Hi, Nancy.
So full disclosure, Wade and I know each other a little bit out there in Grant Township. We are familiar with each other's work, and he runs a good, solid business, and I know he's feeling kind of squeezed in the location that he's at. But I guess I should disclose early on, Wade, that you called me kind of asking what, where 5 acres might be somewhere where you could set up shop and get spread out a little bit more. And I know it's been a long, frustrating process. And so I think this is Pat and Mary Ross's land that they still own, and you're, I guess, maybe would contract to have these buildings built. But when you went for the industrial zoning, was that with the intention of having more than your own business on there? Was the thought that you would like to be able to develop it as a, multiple parcels, multiple buildings?
I was trying for the assurance if I had under ag, it does limit, what I can do there and with the future of my business as well. So if I go spend all this money to build this building at this location, it limits me to staying with agricultural things or a conditional use. Like if I wanted to sell trailers there or something there, besides the sod there, which I don't have any plan to do that, but I like the flexibility of the industrial zoning because at the time the county didn't have any business zoning. They just had ag and industrial out there. And I didn't want to necessarily be, put exactly in that corner and only have that option moving forward. I have no idea, in the future, what may hold for my business. So I did go in the area and talk to all the other places that had business or industrial zoning out there, and nobody was interested in selling. So that kind of brought me back to this spot. No, none of the other land in the industrial zoning is for sale, or the owners aren't interested in selling. And I feel like I need a piece that's somewhat close to my fields for my business. I don't want to store the equipment in town and be dragging it all through, town to get it back out there. I do need, it's my tractors and things like that. And I need someplace somewhat close to where I'm operating to store that stuff in.
So I get that completely. What is the other building that you have on this site plan that says future equipment storage? So what is the hope for that, or the timeline, or why is that on the site plan?
I just feel like the way my business has been growing, I've been increasing in employees and increasing in acreage. And someday, if the business continues the growth trend that we've been on, and I have more equipment, there could come a time where my machinery wouldn't all fit under the roof of where I was. So that's like, that additional building is a lean-to type structure that I could park more machinery underneath. And someone along the way of the process told me that it would be better to put that in now and run that all through. And if I'd like to build that in the next, 5 to 10 years, then we would already have talked about it then. But that's all that is just an open-sided building that I could put more machinery in.
Okay. Well, I would just say, because you and I, since we know that area so well, how difficult it is out there in terms of stormwater, drainage, standing water, what happens after we have multiple days of rain or torrential rains. I know that it's difficult to get water to move out there. And part of the reason we have this Northeast sector plan and the North Lawrence drainage study and all of that is to really be careful and thoughtful about stormwater drainage and kind of step by step adding to the problem rather than helping it. So I just, right off the top, you and I already talked about it, the concerns about that. But I appreciate your patience with this process. I know it's a lot to go through. So
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thanks, Wade. And Commissioner Thurman did disclose in the ex parte communication she had. Did you have any others you wanted to disclose, or just with Wade?
I
I think that's it. Okay. I didn't have any.
I didn't have any.
Okay, so this is we'll open this item up for the public comment section. Do we have anybody who would like to comment online? Just raise your hand. Looks like Debbie has her hand raised. We're moving you into the meeting, Debbie. Debbie, you're in the meeting now. If you just turn off your mic and address the commission.
Yep, okay. First, I'm gonna apologize for the way I look. I literally just got off the tractor and ran in to join the meeting. So thank you for allowing me to speak. As was mentioned, we did not realize that our letter to the earlier request was not forwarded, and so submitted ours late this afternoon and really didn't have a chance to spend too much time updating it. There's just a couple of other things that I would like to mention. Since that time, we have a little rain gauge at our orchard. And since we have been having so many problems with the rainwater, we started noticing that we were getting a lot more rain than apparently the airport was getting, and which makes no sense because the airport is right behind us. So we communicated with the, is it NOAA? Whoever runs the weather station at the airport, and actually received a reply. So just in case nobody else knows this, they admit that their gauge is inaccurate. It's broken. And we were finding that the actual rainfall in that for the last several years is at least half again as much has been reported. He suggested that we go to some other site where there's people who volunteer who have little weather stations who report in. So all's to say that the point being, if the sod shop is able to keep all their water on their land with a retainage pond, that's great. I just want to make sure that the engineers, including the county engineer, is taking into account just how much rain we've actually been getting. The letter which we did write, and I don't know if anybody's had a chance to look at the pictures, but I just want to point out how much standing water there was. That Charlie took these pictures almost a complete day after this 1-inch rain, and the ditches were still full. There was ponding all around. You know, we've just found the ground has just been saturated in that area. So, you know, that's our primary concern, is just not to contribute to that flooding. The other thing I thought I might mention or conclude with the Kaw Valley District is just how we ensure that in the future this doesn't change, that we have a maintained swale, drainage pond, and the site doesn't expand and changes aren't made. And, you know, in our period of time that we've been here, we've seen, I know that the commissioners can't guarantee me that because change occurs. You know, the next group who comes in isn't bound by that, oh, I promise we won't ever make a change here. So I don't know if there's any way to do that, but maintenance of the pond and some sort of assurance that this isn't a, what do they like to say, a slippery slope into industrial or intensified uses of that area. You know, I don't know how we do that, but it would be comforting, as I point out, we can't pick up those trees and carry them anywhere. And we have a very profitable 25-year business, and we just would hate to see it drowned. So I'm sorry, I have one more note, again, not in our letter, and this is probably out of your bailiwick, but traffic, you know, there is industrial across the highway between the railroad and the highway. And as Mr. Wilbur pointed out, there are a lot of that is actually being used now. There may still be some vacant lots, but we're getting a lot of increased traffic on the highway, and it's still very fast. And I sort of say a little prayer every time I turn right into my orchard, because I have big trucks, the garbage trucks, the guys that are taking their boats out to the lake, you know, all zooming along. So that may be an issue at some point that will need to be addressed if we have additional traffic as a result of the retail portion of this business. So I think that is my comments, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Debbie. Appreciate you coming and sharing that with us. Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll send it back to the applicant if he'd like to reply to any of Debbie's comments.
I don't think so. I just think we both have businesses and we're involved in agriculture, and we want to be good stewards of the land, and I want to be a good neighbor as well.
Okay, thank you, Wade. Bring it back up to the commission. Questions, comments, motions?
Well, actually, I would like to make use of Chad since he's here. Just to give some context to why this is not as simple a choice as it seems. Chad, would you mind giving some background in terms of the just basic background, North Lawrence drainage study,
Sure.
Northeast sector plan, how the water flows out there? I was talking to the trustee of Grant Township, and he was describing water that comes from the west side of 59 and kind of even under the highway and over and gathers on the 1900 road corner and then just sits. I think to understand how the water flows out there and kind of where it gets stuck, and
Okay.
what some of the improvements need to be or have been suggested and haven't been done, or like what just the general lay of the land is, because it's important.
Yeah, it's significant. You know, it's all former riverbed as the river changed over time. Hold it up there. That's better. I'm just going to hold it, just like Elvis. So yes, it's significant. It's all former riverbed. The river has migrated all over that valley, and you see all those scars on aerial photos. And as a result, it's all very flat, and drainage is difficult. The North Lawrence drainage study was one of the things that I took part in when I was with the city. And the identified need at that point was that there were a lot of drainage problems within the city limits in the urban area of North Lawrence. And the thing about that is that in North Lawrence, we've got 9,000 acres of county that drains into the city, which is very different from other parts of Lawrence. And so the 9,000 acre watershed all drains down to the Maple Grove pump station at 2nd Street. And that was designed back in the early 90s. It's capable of pumping to a certain point, but then it's easily overwhelmed. When it's overwhelmed, there's a storage area in that valley that is managed by the drainage district. And that's where all the water is meant to be held, but that then is eventually overwhelmed also. So looking at that and the idea that, okay, the airport was growing, industrial uses are growing, Highway 24 is a corridor, you know, the discussion was, can we continue allowing impervious surface? And generally the answer is no, that, you know, you're already overwhelming the receiving system. And so if you add more impervious, you're just simply going to overwhelm it more, and that will flood existing properties. Some of those are existing businesses and residences. So the Northeast sector plan, I think later was a response to that and very clearly limited future development of that area based on those findings. And so this site does fall within all of that discussion. The runoff from this site would drain to the ditch on 1900. It would go east downhill to the Maple Grove swale that follows the airport. On the west side of the airport, the big curve, that's all the swale for Maple Grove. And so that this site is directly contributing to that, just like Arnie's Boat Shop and Midland Junction. And it's a very big area that drains there. So, you know, with this site in mind, it's zoned agricultural, and I believe the process has led us to reviewing this site plan because there are some significant changes to the, you know, access and building size and all that. I think if this had been industrial or, you know, a request to be industrial, that it's very easy to say, well, that's completely inconsistent with the findings of the drainage study, and we shouldn't do that. As agricultural use, you know, it's a 35,000 square foot building. It's quite a bit of gravel. And, you know, the question would be, well, a farmer could do that and not even come in for approval. But, you know, this is being reviewed. So at what point do you apply a standard or request a standard? So with that in mind, And I have to apologize, we've changed. The county engineer that initially reviewed this was Keith. And then I came along and I made some comments that they've incorporated. But at this point, I think maybe with the drainage district letter that we should probably ask them for a specific standard and maybe establish that. I think the drainage district raises a good point that, we should probably quantify that impact a little bit. So generally in response to your overall concern, I would recommend, I think, that we look at it again and quantify in more detail, what we should be asking for here. And the swales may be enough. It may be that more detention is required. And I think we should talk about that.
Thank you. Would that also include taking into account the fact that the rain gauge, I don't know how the calculations are made, that we may not be working with quite the right.
I think that would be a separate discussion.
Is that okay?
Yeah, the rain gauge data, it would be based on just engineering standards. It wouldn't be the specific gauge. So it's interesting that Noah responded, yeah, it's broken. But, it would be good to have better data there for sure.
Yeah. Thank you. I kind of put you on the spot there, but thank you very much. I appreciate it.
There was also an issue with, and I know planning works very hard to do these reviews, and I apologize to Catherine for not being more ahead of this and giving more detailed comments. But an issue with the soil types, the class 1 and the class 2 on the maps, and that's good information, but I think the intent of preserving the prime farm ground is really more, it would be better described by what the NRCS is now currently calling prime farm ground. And the term class 1 and class 2 is not directly tied anymore to that. So I think as we go forward and when we're dealing with prime farm ground, that the commission may need to give more direction on their intent there, that the planning review should probably be using the prime farm ground label and not the old class 1, class 2 label. And I say that because I've worked with the soil survey a lot, and I was sort of involved in that discussion.
Chad, before you go, just Commissioner Thelman's question and your response just made me wonder, are you saying for this project, you think we need to take a bit of a pause and quantify these numbers, or are you just saying for the Northeast plan, we need to do that?
I think we're kind of at a break point here with the zoning regs recently gave more authority for the county engineer to say this needs to be studied and to basically establish a standard. And I don't know that we've had much opportunity to define that yet. And so I think this is a good opportunity to do that. It's kind of what the drainage district is saying too. If we allow this and then the next one comes through, it would be good to have established an appropriate standard. And I agreed with their point on that. So I would say it's for this site that we maybe look at the numbers and make sure that we're doing something appropriate.
And how long do you think that would take?
I think I could work with Dean and, and he's done this kind of thing. So I think, within a week or two, we could probably be back with something, I would think. I mean, it's more for them to answer how they want to proceed, but that would be something normally could be done in a week or two.
Okay, thanks. I guess I would come back to Wade on that one. I just want to understand. I mean, I know this Commissioner Kelly, I know you've been through a lot on this plan, and I know you're a good steward of the land up there and want to make sure that we're not creating more problems down the line. I just want to get sort of your reaction to what Chad just said.
I guess, am I unmuted?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. As far as retaining more stormwater, I don't have a problem with that. We have a 20-acre site to work with, so we can add more, temporary area And I don't know if there's any way to make a provision for that, or I don't know how the process exactly works, if if that can be something, but I don't have any problem adding as much area as we need to store the water that runs off of this site, to make it, good for everyone and make it work well with what's there.
Well, and I think we have the ability to condition this site plan. That was something that Catherine, maybe if it's okay with the commission, I don't want to step out here, just what that condition would look like that would cover that. I mean, is that possible?
I think we need to know what the findings are first.
Yeah. I mean, that's the question maybe for the commission to discuss real quick is, do we want to, we have some options. We could defer this and then bring it back. That would be one option, or we could try to condition it, I don't know.
This is Catherine Weeks. So those are your options. As I mentioned at the beginning, you do have the option to defer for further study as one of your options for a site plan. So
I think, I guess because I probably have the closest connection to that area and have to speak to the folks who are, just try and represent the folks who are both in business and want to be in business out there, but also the folks who are impacted by, frankly, a part of the county that looks like Lake Michigan sometimes and really doesn't necessarily have the water flow off very well sometimes. So I think to heed the Kaw Valley Drainage District's suggestion of, really, some study of this and that called you Keith, Chad's suggestion. I guess my preference would be not to put this off for long, but to make sure the right standard is set and the calculations are correct, and that we really know what we're dealing with here, because this would set a precedent that, frankly, it's a kind of 50-50 thing. And one way it goes along with the spirit of all of that work to try and tamp down development out there so we don't force a huge expenditure of dollars on storm infrastructure. On the other hand, we want to promote agriculture and keep ag businesses going. So I just feel like we have an obligation to make sure that that folks are confident in the numbers and the detention sites, so that the tools that have been laid out on this, and to really think about that neighbor who is concerned about how do we make sure that this stays an ag business, ag building, and agriculturally farmed, rather than that kind of step-by-step slippery slope into a mini industrial park down the road. So is there a way that we can kind of find a way to meet all the needs? But I think doing something of a really quick drainage study or whatever it is that you're needing to work with Dean on might be helpful.
Well, that would be my preference, would be to defer it for further study after looking through the packet and reading the information, recommendations from the Kaw Valley Drainage District, and seeing the pictures that were provided. I think that we are, like you said, Chad, kind of at a breaking point that we need to set some standards. We need to do it now. And we need to make sure that we're going to, sorry, Wade, this is Commissioner DeRusso. Just make sure that we're keeping that water on that property and not sending it to the neighbors or creating problems for any of the surrounding areas. So I would prefer to defer it and have you guys spend hopefully a couple weeks, no more. Whatever you need to do to get it done right, I guess, is the important part.
Can I ask a question too? This is Catherine. Can I ask a question too, just for process purposes?
Sure.
So I just want to make it clear so that the applicant knows what you all are asking them to do. What was recommended in the Cobb Valley Drainage District letter was a full hydraulic and hydrology study. Are you asking for that, or are you asking them to work directly with the county engineer and come up with some standard study that would give some general guidance as to whether or not the site can contain the runoff that the development would create?
My thought was for them to work together.
And then one other question, and I can maybe answer this for the commenter who's concerned about the slippery slope, and just reassure them and you all that this site planning process is that checkpoint. So if in the future, after the study comes in and we hear this again, if it were to be approved, that site plan is that guiding document. They cannot stray from that site plan. They can't creep. They can't, I mean, that is the guiding document. It's only approved for this use, an agricultural type use. They wouldn't be permitted to do any industrial uses. So that is the guiding document. That's the reason for the county site plan review. So that would help address maybe that idea that it could be a slippery slope and other uses would creep into that site.
Thank you. Can I go back to that? I think that's a really good point. Looking, if we're trying to honor the Cobb Valley Drainage District's, you know, the authority that they have over this area, and there is the statement here, the district. Let's see. The developer be required to demonstrate that proposed changes to the subject property will not increase stormwater runoff either during a rainfall or thereafter to adjacent property over that of baseline pre-development conditions. The district contends that such baseline conditions should be determined using the most current hydrology and hydraulic study or studies available to support D-firm flood mapping. Is that within the realm of possibility, what you're talking about?
So the comments from the district are similar to comments I've seen them make before, and you have to commend them on their terminology and their knowledge, because they're very well stated, targeted comments, and it's kind of a wrestle that, you know, a lot of civil engineers are faced with, trying to do something that's impossible on these sites. You cannot pave anything and not change downstream hydrology, and there are no tools available to prevent the change. So it's more in reality a question of mitigating impacts and trying to do something to improve the situation. So while we can't hold it to the baseline, the existing conditions, and have it, you know, where the downstream people see no change, what we can do is offset quite a bit of the impact. So, you know, detention basins hold water, and, you know, in most of Lawrence, the larger detention basins hold a bunch of water and it leaks out slowly. And for the most part, that helps a lot of people and it's good. Once you move downstream a day later, it's really lost its benefit. In North Lawrence, with such sandy soils, it's pretty much impossible to not see an impact immediately. So, you know, what we're looking for is a middle ground that's a good step, that makes a big difference. And it's not just a bunch of pavement that runs off in a ditch that can't handle it and somebody else has the problem. So there would be some on-site storage that would last a long time. There'd be some, you know, necking down of the flow that would cause it to come out at a release rate that's controlled, and all of the things you've heard before about detention. But it will be a middle ground, and it will not achieve what the district's asking for. And so my thoughts were that with the county engineer supposedly setting a standard, that it's time to maybe do that. And we've had that conversation in the past. Should the county have stormwater standards? And, you know, for agricultural uses, for the most part, that's asking a lot. But this is the time, I think, and this is a great example. And I think what we need to do is come up with that standard.
Any other comments? Anybody want to make a motion?
Well, I guess I would move to defer this item for the opportunity for our county public works director and flood. Are you still the floodplain manager? No, okay. To work with the applicant and
To set standards
set
that,
standard.
and bring this back to us with a plan that those standards have been met. Was that
Yeah.
what you're looking for, Chad?
Right. So there, there are two steps. The first is that I need to sit down and look at what Lawrence's standards say, what some other communities say, and how they've applied it in rural areas, maybe with some basic, educated background, and say, okay, well, this standard seems appropriate, and then discuss that with the applicant and how they might achieve that. And then it would basically come back to you as a revised site plan with a set of calculations that I've seen and that we can talk. And at that point, I could explain to you what it is that we're achieving. And if the public sees that and says, well, that's still not good enough, there should be an opportunity for them to, see what it is that we've accomplished and talk about it. So I guess the next step should be, and I don't know the timeline on a new site plan coming back through, but it's really in the applicant's, court to develop that timeline and get it back to you. So I'll work diligently immediately to give them that information. So I guess the deferral would maybe be to work with the county engineer on a standard for stormwater mitigation and to return with a site plan.
Okay, I'm going to second that motion. Before we move ahead, I always think when we defer things, we need to check in with the applicant, because sometimes the applicant would just like us to turn them down. So I just want to make sure that Wade understands what just happened here, and that his representative understand what we just did there, and just hear your thoughts.
Nope, I think I understand, and I look forward to trying to work with the county engineers and come up with a plan that works with everyone.
All right. Thanks, Wade.
Thank you, Wade.
Yeah, thank you.
I second it. Yeah. Okay, so we have a motion that's moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And it passes. We have a big agenda item coming up, we think, here in just a second. So we're going to take a little 5-minute break. Public might not know we've been here since 4:30, taking clamor shots and things like that. So we're going to take a little bit of a break here for 5 minutes, and we will be back at 7:55 to take on item number 3.
6:55.
6:55. I've had a real hard time with the clock the past 2 days. Hang in there with me. Thank you. My fault. Let's continue on with our third item, which is to consider an amended conditional use permit CUP 19-00568 for Hamudor Quarry at 1258 East 2300 Road. And I see Mary Miller is here. Hi, Mary.
Hi, Mary Miller, City County Planner, and I just have a brief presentation. I was going to go over what's happened since we were here last time. So I'll get this shared. Okay, this, as you mentioned, is for the amended Ham Quarry. And this item was at the Planning Commission on May 27th. They voted 8-2 to forward it to you with a recommendation for approval. You considered it on July 1st. However, there was some public communications received later in the process. And so rather than acting on it, you wanted time to review the public communications and deferred it to July 8th. The item was brought back to the meeting on July 8th. And at that time, staff and the applicant were directed to work with the Eudora Planning Commission and to attend one of their meetings, provide a presentation and information related to the quarry. And that meeting was held on August 5th. And then the Eudora Planning Commission did provide comments. And so the remaining issues that I've identified, there may be more, but the ones I've identified that we're looking at are the Eudora Planning Commission comments, the depth of and the protection measures for the reclaimed ponds in both phase 1 and 2, and then the road rock fee annual index. Eudora's comments, one of the comments they had, they wanted to maintain the intensity of use. They did not want the quarry use to increase in intensity. And we had recommended just holding the operating and sales hours, keeping the total hours even. They're suggesting that they maintain an average annual truck traffic, that they would file an annual truck traffic report with the county. I assume that would be the Zoning and Codes Office. And that if there was an increase over the average annual truck traffic since 2014 when they began production, that there would be a review of the conditional use permit for a reevaluation of the impact on the roadway and traffic in the area. And I don't have a comment on that, but I know the county engineer is here and he may have some information to provide on that comment. They also recommended that the quarry not be used for a landfill at any point in time, and that if they were to fill the pond with clean fill, it would require a revised reclamation plan with public review process and approval by the county commission. And the condition number 1 on the CUP, as approved back in 2003, stated that the property shall not be used or requested for use as a sanitary landfill within the life of this conditional use permit. Quarries are often used as clean fill landfills. They do sequential reclamation, so materials they take from one site, they put it into the pit on another part. This does not require a CUP because they're getting the material from their own site, but it is a form of a clean rubble landfill. And often quarries accept clean rubble from other sites. And you may recall when the KU dormitory on Iowa Street was demolished, and that clean rubble fill was taken to the Osdahl quarry on the North County line and put into their pits. It's not typically done, but it's something that can happen. If the quarry was to be used as a landfill, then that would require a revised conditional use permit. There is a landfill use. It has separate standards, so it would go through the process and that use would have to be added to the CUP. So I think they just wanted to reiterate that they are not in favor of this being used as a landfill, but I don't believe any changes need to be made to the conditions. They commented on the depth of the ponds, and they wanted the applicant to attempt to reduce the depth of the ponds if possible, and to ensure that safety measures were implemented. And there'll be a little bit more discussion on that in a moment. And one of their last comments was that the truck route be revised, that East 2300 Road be paved through the Douglas County Capital Improvement Plan, and that this would serve a portion of the quarry traffic. That would be the traffic that's going to the north. Traffic going to the south could still use 2200, but their plan was that it would use East 2300 for northbound traffic. And the county engineer did provide comments at the Eudora meeting, and I believe he's here today and will probably comment on this issue. The applicant provided some information, which is also in your agenda packet. They noted that the pond in phase 1, the depth will be less than they had originally thought. It'll be 132 feet rather than 180. They did contact the Douglas County Sheriff's Office dive team, as well as the Johnson County Emergency Response. That was in reaction to a comment. They wanted to make sure there would be rescue equipment available. And in their comment, they indicated it was available, and they'll probably be able to elaborate on that also. They provided, they sent their information to a consultant and received a report on the depth of the ponds and the safety measures. And so they recommended some additions to the operating plan. I'm just going to read those here. They were recommending to require sequential mining of the limestone ledges in each mining area before pursuing deeper limestone ledges. To require HAM to adhere to MSHA and OSHA regulations regarding site operation controls, including hauling road widths and slopes. And we do have a condition that requires they comply with regulations, and we could add that to that if you'd like. To require catch benches between limestone ledges at a depth of at least half the height of the limestone ledge, and I guess that allows it to step down. I'm not familiar with that, but the applicant or Chad could probably discuss that. and to encourage mapping of quarry walls for joints and discontinuities, monitor slope stability, and to meet industry standards for the haul roads. And these could be added as conditions if you like, based on the county engineer's recommendation. They also recommended that the pond fencing, we recommended it be fenced. They recommended it be 6-foot tall chain link fence so it's more secure. They did provide a comment on the ponds themselves. You know, we were recommending 3-to-1 slopes, 25 feet below the water level on phase 1. They recommended that as well on phase 2. And then they recommended that they preserve those catch basins wherever possible. And so I just highlighted the conditions that would need to be revised if all of these changes were accepted. I just wanted to kind of point out what the revisions would be. And this is just, I just wanted to summarize the comments that we received from Eudora and from the applicant. I know we received other public communication. And I know there's county engineers available. He can answer some of these questions. And I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have any for me.
Thank you, Mary. I expect that we will have some questions later. We'll move it over to the applicant. And I see Patrick Watkins is here. Hi, Patrick. If you'd like to make any comments, now would be a good time.
Thank you, Commissioner Kelly. Good evening, Commissioners. Commissioner Kelly, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, good. Well, good evening. This is Patrick Watkins. I'm here on behalf of the Ham Companies. Mary's done a nice job again summarizing what's happened, but I'll add a few comments. Since we saw you on July 8th, we've been able to accomplish several things. We met with the City of Eudora Planning Commission, as Mary mentioned, and received their comments. We find that their comments are not too different than what was received previously. It is our position that the proposed conditions of use adequately address the comments that they've forwarded. Specifically, the one I think that's most controversial is that they would like the county to consider a trigger to review changes in intensity or expansion of daily operations. Mary didn't note this specifically, but proposed conditions of use already have a 5-year review condition. And we think that that's an adequate opportunity to look at whether intensity or operations or truck traffic has increased. We'd also like to note that our operations currently are driven by demand. We don't know a great opportunity to create a trigger that would be unfair to any of our customers or the operations itself, other than a timing demand or a timing requirement that we believe is already fairly integrated into these restrictions of use. The second thing we've done, as Mary mentioned, is that we've reviewed the questions related to pond depth. And as Mary noted, it is less than we previously reported. And that's something we can elaborate on if you'd like to know more. But essentially, we reviewed our core samples, our elevations, and our drone surveys, and found an inconsistency. And so we've submitted some additional documents, including a cross-section that shows you exactly what these ponds will look like. We reached out, as Mary indicated, we reached out to emergency services, which reported to us that they are able to conduct search and limited rescue operations at the maximum depths being contemplated with these ponds. And as we indicated in our letter, we'd like to reiterate that these ponds will be on privately owned property. They'll not be open to the public. During operations, the property is required to be fenced. After operations, there'll be a pond maintenance fence around the ponds until they're filled to proper depths. And these ponds will also have a shallow entry for the first 75 feet plus safety ledges. But to more formally address the concerns about pit and pond depths, we engaged Continental Placer, who we know to be one of the national leaders in mining operations and mining consulting. Their team conducted a review of our operations and the reclamation plan, and they specifically focused on safety concerns. They've prepared a letter, which is in your packet, with a series of recommendations as Mary appropriately summarized. And we're prepared to adopt those recommendations as part of the restrictions of use. We think that they're reasonable and we think they're achievable. Lastly, in the last month, we've also met with Art Nice and his attorney, Adria Burks, and we've worked to address concerns that they have brought to our attention in this process. And we're pleased to report that discussions with Mr. Nice and his attorney were able to result in addressing their concerns. Mr. Nice has followed the planning process very closely. He understands the issues related to the quarry. And so we're particularly pleased to have addressed his concerns. We believe the staff report and the proposed restrictions of use for the CUP adequately address safety measures so that we can continue a safe and productive quarry operation. Our request is that you approve the recommendations from the planning staff, integrating the recommendations from Continental Placer's report. This CUP process has been thorough and it has a significant record. There are a number of issues that have been considered and studied and reviewed and debated. And if there are specific questions about any particular concern, we ask that you seek the input of your staff who has studied this with us, and that you contemplate and include us in the conversation. There are a number of concerns that have been brought to your attention through correspondence, and we think that the CUP and the restrictions of use have addressed those. Our entire team is on the line. From HAM, we have Ryan Blosser and Ramon Gonzalez, Brendan Devereaux, Gary Ham, and Bob Rawls. We have our consultants on the line from Blackstone Environmental, Continental Placer, Vibratech, and Buckley Powder. Thank you again for your consideration this evening. This quarry is a critical community asset. As Mary noted in her presentations last month, the comprehensive plan recognizes the significance of quarries and the minerals in our land. And as I've mentioned, the Eudora Quarry has been the source of clean, high-quality rock in just about every road and construction project in recent memory. This expansion will allow HAM to continue to operate and provide a clean source of high-quality aggregate for the county. We're prepared to answer any questions that you might have, and we're pleased to be here tonight.
Thanks, Patrick. I expect we might have some questions.
You.
Okay, Commissioner Thelman's going to start with the questions.
So, Patrick, you made reference to coming to some mutual agreements or maybe compromises. Oh, sorry. That you worked with Mark Nice and Adria Burks. Can you hear me?
I can.
Can you talk a little bit more about that? Remind me what you're talking about. Mark Nice, not Arthur Nice, and Adria.
I'm sorry. Yeah, that's Arthur Nice. I'm talking about Arthur Nice.
Okay.
And,
I didn't.
Yeah, and I go ahead.
Oh, I just would say, because that's a huge part of some of the neighbor concerns and lots of the correspondence. I'd be really interested in having you elaborate.
Sure. Yeah, and the discussions with Mr. Nice and his attorney, I believe they're on the line and they can also elaborate. But they were specific both to the general CUP and some conditions. He is adjoining property owner. So there, some of these discussions related to operations and conditions of use directly adjacent to his property. But he's familiar with the road uses and the hauling routes. He's familiar with truck traffic. He's familiar with the conditions of use. This has been a long-standing process since 2004 when this was introduced, and Mr. Nice was there from the beginning. Some of the resolutions that we've agreed to are just specific to his property that are not included in this CUP process. But many of the discussions we had and the conditions that we discussed were specific elements of the restrictions of use. And we've come to acknowledge and recognize that many of these don't need to change. Mr. Nice can speak on, or Ms. Burks can speak on behalf of that party. But as I mentioned, they've been here since the beginning, and they've raised a number of concerns from the beginning. So we're particularly pleased to find that the restrictions of use in the CUP, in conjunction with some of the agreements that we've reached specific to his property, he finds to be adequate or address his concerns.
So you have a private agreement with a
We
landowner?
do. We do specifically, but the private agreement, again, relates to a small section of property very close to his boundary. He's been concerned with some of the property line has berms, fencing, setbacks. And so our private agreement is just specific to his property and our quarry's operation related to his property.
Is that typical for for an application like this to have conditions and then a side agreement, private?
Sure. Well, if you're asking me, I mean, we have to have leases in place with property owners to be able to operate a quarry. We have to have a number of arrangements just to be able to operate. But oftentimes that entails working not only with the property owner that owns the property that's being mined, but also surrounding property owners. Had we had the opportunity to meet with every single neighbor and every single stakeholder and the resources to be able to address everyone appropriately with the same level of interest, certainly we would try and do so. But we found Mr. Nice's concerns to be quite specific, so in my opinion, yes, it is common and it's necessary.
Okay. Then my only other question for now is on the change of depth of the pond. Can you explain again how the what the measurements, what the error was, or how you were able to come up to 132
Yeah.
feet?
Yeah, absolutely. Sarah, you might have to enter or have Austin Quick from Blackstone Environmental enter into the conversation. I wish I could take credit for changing 50 feet of elevation on this, but it happened after our internal review, and Austin has the answer to that.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Okay, great. This is Austin Quick with Blackstone Environmental. We've been working with HAM throughout this process. We helped prepare some of the exhibits, and then we did the hydrology study. And then as part of evaluating the depth of the pond, where we started with the initial depth of the pond at 185 feet deep, that was actually based on exploratory core sampling logs that were on the Shelton parcel. And in this area, the geology typically dips towards the north and northwest. So we wanted to go back and reevaluate just to verify that that was indeed the case. So looking at those 4 boring logs and then also an additional boring log within the phase 1 footprint itself on the Nice parcel, and also with the addition of recent drone topography, we found an inconsistency in the Shelton parcel logs and the one on the Nice parcel. And it turns out there actually needed to be an elevation shift on the Nice parcel log. So kind of comparing them and looking at what the dip, looking at the dip between those 4 logs and this new one, it was determined that the bottom of the Argentine limestone layer was actually on the order of 132 feet below ground surface as opposed to the 185 feet. So that was identified through the error in the Nice parcel boring log. And this is consistent with that geology, as everything does dip as you move from the Nice parcel to the northwest where the Shelton parcel lies.
And I'd add on to that very briefly, Austin. we know that from our Olathe quarries that we're mining these ledges as well, and we know the depths based upon what's going on 50 miles away, or not quite 50 miles away. We've also cross-referenced this, just generally speaking, within our internal operations.
Maybe it's time to have our county engineer come and respond to some of those conditions that were recommended by the Eudora Planning Commission and the consultant.
Okay. Would you like to target one?
Let me pull up the list. Mary, or maybe Mary could pull up that list, since I don't think we get to see Chad on the Zoom call, so we'll instead, yeah, he doesn't get a camera. He looks like Elvis though, with that microphone. So there's the list. I think we can start with one.
Yeah, that's a good one. So the Eudora Planning Commission, discussed the level of truck traffic and the impacts on Church Street, and basically thought that, it's bad, it's a problem, and if anything, let's at least say that we don't want to make it worse. And that's sort of a paraphrase of how that summary came down in the meeting, I believe. And so to say that we're going to maintain that, I think they were talking about actual truck counts, and that would be difficult to do without actually counting the trucks. And so, my comment back to Mary today late was, we really could base it more on production. I mean, if you double the amount of aggregate coming out, you can assume that you're almost doubling the amount of trucks roughly. And, the applicant can respond to that idea and tell me whether I'm off base or not. But on the other side of that coin, though, is that if HAM is, opening up these new areas, I assume they're trying to produce more. So I think it's up to us to have in this CUP what we see as an acceptable level of production based on historical production, or if you really want to address this, to say that, look at those royalty reports that we've seen in terms of annual production of rock, and say if it exceeds a certain percentage more than that prior to the next 5-year review, that then, the traffic is an issue that needs to be discussed. So I don't know that actually counting trucks is going to be feasible or even meaningful. I know that it varies quite a bit if there's a big project going on. A neighbor has commented that he's counted 300 trucks in one day. We actually counted with a counter 200 trucks in one day. And, I think it drops less than that on some days. So, generally it's going to vary over the year.
Any questions on that one, commissioners?
Well, this is kind of tangential, talking about the truck traffic, and there's a lot of, well, I'll ask that later. This is more about these conditions, so I'll let you keep going.
Mary, if you could go to the next slide. I don't think this is number 5. And I think number 5 was already answered by Mary about the landfill use. So I'm not sure that.
Okay.
Yeah.
She's on number 4 there, which revising to E2300 road. And that was at the beginning of the discussion at Eudora Planning Commission. Definitely something they came out strong saying that should happen. And I responded to that with, some thoughts on what's gone on in the past with this. The quarry's been there since the 60s, and probably the prevailing route for many years was to go to Route 1061. It's shorter distance, and the route is a county route that's paved. But certainly when the the quarry that's been currently operating was approved, there was a deliberate decision that going to Route 1061 is the way this should go, and it was established as the truck route. HAM has been contributing royalty fees per ton toward road maintenance. With that in mind, we spent all of that money on materials and improvements and maintaining the road. We have other ideas about what can be done on the road, and that would further be funded by future royalties. And so to pick all of that up and drop it and say, no, let's go a different way, didn't seem like a good turn at this point. There's also the fact that it's 2 miles of gravel to get up to K10. There's also the fact that there are 10 residences on that stretch of road as opposed to 2. And so you've got to have a discussion with them. And so, you know, that would be turning the ship a lot. So in general, you know, their thoughts were that Church Street is, you know, receiving trucks and that's not good. I agree. In front of a school with already some intersection problems, trucks are not a good addition to that. But the fact is that if you look at planning in Eudora should be considering Church Street as a truck route. I mean, it's the main arterial. So you can't really say the trucks shouldn't be there. You should probably look more at improvements long-term to manage that traffic, just the way we do. So, you know, the money that they're putting forward is being spent on township roads and county roads. It would probably be appropriate at some point for that to be spent on Church Street, south of K10, to try to help that situation. We did have a conversation about 3 years ago with the school board and the city of Eudora to talk about the intersection problems in front of the schools. The number one recommendation is to put a roundabout in front of high school to solve that problem. And at that time, that was sort of tabled, and they were not interested at that time. So, you know, if we want to talk seriously about Church Street, then really that's where that should go.
So I want to be clear on that, because so the reason not to go the other route, kind of the back route, is it's longer, more cost in terms of maintenance of that road.
But yes,
and
it's a township road. It's 2 miles of gravel.
Okay.
The only way you would be able to carry trucks is to pave it, and it'd be, you know, $700,000 asphalt project, and that's not including probably a lot of ditching and culverts and things that should be done if you're going to pave it. So it's a major capital improvement on a 2 mile stretch of road, and the quarry is providing funds to maintain existing roads to offset their impacts with the truck traffic. That kind of funding is not going to upgrade 2 miles of road for above and beyond what it was before. So creating new road network quality is really not in the picture in the funding that they're providing. So, and it's certainly not in the county CIP. We're looking at, you know, serving the larger taxpayers in our projects and the heavier traffic, and you know, expanding the road system is not really part of the CIP.
Mm-hmm. So the kind of common request that there should be a traffic study around this to really determine, you know, the hard use and the dangerous use of the, you know, so many trucks in front of the schools and all of that. It's really more a matter of, I mean, what benefit would there be from a traffic study, or is there enough data out there to just know that wouldn't
I think
maybe change the discussion?
I think everybody involved knows that there is an immense amount of truck traffic on Church Street, and everybody that's involved in the industries that are generating that traffic also knows that it's not all quarry traffic. I mean, it's a major route with the K10 intersection, and you can look at, you know, sand plant traffic and other contractors and all kinds of, I mean, our trucks. So they're a part of the truck traffic, but you know, it's already at 2,500 vehicles a day passing through there. And so if you were to add 100 vehicles a day, it doesn't change the dynamic on what kind of road should be there. You know, it's in the relative magnitude of it's a paved road because it carries that much traffic, and that's appropriate.
Any more questions on the truck route? Okay, Mary, if you could go, I think there may be one more, but maybe I'm wrong. We don't have those slides in our packet. No. Chad, can you talk a little bit about the depth of ponds and just sort of your analysis of all that?
Okay, and our role initially was in the discussion about how long it would take to fill, and in reviewing that hydrology. And the answer was, I think, 7 or 8 years, and that was when it was 180, 190 feet deep. Obviously, at 132 feet deep, that number is lower. But generally, the safety of that, if you have a hole that deep, it needs to be fenced. I think during the lifetime of the quarry operations, it's very easy to say that they're going to keep this safe. They have explosives on site, they have traffic. That's not the concern. It's really more long-term afterward, what we're going to have out there. So when the quarrying has stopped and they're in this reclamation phase, it obviously needs to be fenced. A 6-foot fence is probably appropriate. Some on-site monitoring and making sure the fence is, maintained, and some signage. I mean, it's really, at the end of the day, it's more landowner liability issue, honestly. But certainly as part of this discussion today, 20 years from now, is it going to be safe? And if it takes 8 years to fill up and the quarrying lasts for 13 years, we're talking about 20 years from now. So, that, and then after that, what happens? If the quarrying is done, the reclamation is done, now it's a pond. And, is a pond safer because you're not going to fall to your death on a vertical drop? Yes. Is a pond safer than, agricultural use? Maybe not. And so that's more a community decision about, near Eudora, do we want a city park with a really deep pond, or, do we want to ensure there's a landowner who's going to be responsible and protect the public? And so it's kind of just a long-term concern, but certainly initially it's easy for them to address that concern with fencing.
So I have a question about that. What kind of the ownership of this, and this may be something that the applicant needs to answer, but so we're talking about this, the deepest pond being on the leased property from the Nice family, right? Correct. And so the responsibility for fencing around the pond, and then a different fence, a 5-strand barbed wire fence around the entire quarrying operation. That's what I understand. That's on Hams, and then during the reclamation, they're still responsible. But who is going to own this when it's all said and done? It's leased. Hams doesn't own this property, right?
I believe they don't, and I think maybe Patrick should answer those questions.
Patrick, can you tell me who owns this property when it's all finished, and is there a plan for the city of Eudora to take control of it, or who has the liability for the maintenance and the
I understand. Yeah, so this is Patrick on behalf of the ham companies. It depends on which part of the quarry you're looking at, technically. The part with the pond is subject to a lease with the Nice family. The Catherine Nice estate, I should say. There's a portion of it, if approved, the Shelton parcel is owned by Ham. And there's the Pete Fish portion, which is separate from the Nice lease. So if you're talking about the pond area, technically that is currently set to be reclaimed under the lease, and Ham has obligations to reclaim it to state standards, and it would be in Ham's control until reclamation process is over. But then it would revert back to the owner. Oftentimes in these scenarios, the owner doesn't wish to have a non-producing piece of property, and they'll sell it. And times we have to work with new owners in the reclamation process. Some people are interested in having a pond or a lake in their backyard. Some people find it to be attractive. And sometimes Ham is able to purchase their own quarries after they stop producing and the royalties run out for the lease. Under the current scenario, though, we don't have any arrangements beyond our lease agreement, so it would revert back to the Catherine Nice estate. Is that a fair answer?
That's a fair answer.
Or did I address your questions?
Thank you.
Just want to make, yeah, absolutely.
So Patrick, while we've got you, I'd like to hear the applicant's response to the different traffic control, maintaining consistent amount of traffic based on production. Does the applicant have a thought on that?
We have a couple of comments, and I'll make sure that my team knows to relay comments to me as I'm speaking. But the first of which is that the expansion of this quarry into the Shelton parcel and to mine for deeper ledges is not to expand production beyond what's happening already. We're seeking new reserves because our reserves are currently running low. It's a very productive and useful quarry. If you're to look at the historical production, you'd see that it's producing more than it has in the past, and it's gone essentially from 100,000 tons a year to 500. And it's done that because the market calls for it. The market is not calling for a million tons a year. Right now it's calling for 500, and reserves within the Nice parcel and the Shelton parcel will satisfy that concern for several more years. So we're not expanding operations in the sense that we'll be mining or digging any faster. We don't expect to sell any faster unless the market calls for it. So concerns relate to increased truck traffic and increased truck or increased production, or at least from our perspective, are a little misplaced. We're trying to keep up with demand. With regard to the hauling route itself and the route, I think it's our preference to work with the county and really defer to their thoughts about where these trucks should be routed. We certainly will add comment and input when appropriate, but we think the existing truck route is still the appropriate route to deliver this aggregate. We'd also like to note that that the county does have plans for an improvement along 1200. And Chad can speak to this, but a lot of these concerns about dust control, about the number of trucks, can be addressed and are being actively addressed with the improvements that are contemplated just for next year. I think they were previously contemplated for this year, but they've been pushed off for a number of reasons. If this quarry were to expand or increase sales, I should say, the royalty will increase commensurate or directly to the county, and additional improvements could be contemplated in that sense. But it's our belief that the only real fair restriction that should be put on this is a timing review, where the county and Ham can sit down and say, okay, we've gone from 500,000 tons to 7 or 8. And even though we're getting more royalty, we think improvements are needed to this area or this area, and Ham would work collaboratively. We have an interest in making sure this truck route is safe, not only for our customers, but for our staff and for the operations at the quarry. There are quarries across the county line in Johnson County that could be nearly as competitive if we don't have safe and useful routes. So we have every interest in making sure if demand calls for it, improvements in truck route review can be made. We'd also say that we think it's perfectly appropriate for the royalty that the county receives to be used on traffic studies, to be used for improvements to Church Street if needed. Doesn't necessarily have to be dedicated to one road. That's a lot to digest, but we tossed around the idea of how to address the Eudora Planning Commission's comment that we need a limitation trigger. And we don't really have we can't think of a great way to do this. If we have a tonnage requirement, we'd have to stop operating at some point during a year, theoretically, and cut off customers and hurt projects. It's a nightmare for contracting and operations of a quarry. It's the exact reason why we're here right now, is because we need to access more aggregate. And if we don't, we'll have to shut down and potentially damage projects and longstanding customers and road review locally. We think that the most appropriate way is to look at this every 5 years or more often, if our and meet with the county, and that's already cooked in these proposed restrictions of use.
So Patrick, you're breaking up there just a little bit at the end. I want to make sure I understand what you're saying. You're saying that if Ham can sell more rock, even though the Planning Commission has said they would like to maintain the current production levels, that Ham wants to be able to sell more rock and run more trucks down the road. Is that what I heard you say?
The existing uses on this quarry and the CUP allow us to sell as much as the demand calls for. We'd like to continue to satisfy demand. And if that means that during some particular year, we sell 700,000 tons, we think it's appropriate, one, because our royalty will compensate the county for additional improvements or maintenance if needed. We also apply dust palliative, I would note. But secondarily, because we already have a restriction of use that requires us to meet with the county every 5 years to address any potential changes in intensity and road maintenance. Did that come through?
Yeah.
But the Eudora Planning Commission made one of their conditions, I guess, that the level of production, that this was acceptable if the level of production stayed the same, the intensity of the production stayed the same. Do they realize that that is not your intention? Was that clear at the meeting?
I think the Eudora Planning Commission made comments to you all because they were requested. I think Mary can comment on how the staff report has addressed the comment from Eudora. This is essentially the same comment that they made before, but we are keeping hours of operation similar. We're going to keep the same crews, and we're going to extract at the same rate that we've been doing. But sales are hard to predict. It's possible that sales go down and that we have no problem adhering to this comment or satisfying a comment from Eudora. But it's possible that they go up, and there's not a great or clean way to be able to address this. In fact, the Vice President of Aggregates is Brendan Devereaux, and he's on the line, and I think he can speak to this just very briefly. But to answer your question directly, I don't think they were seeking explicitly our acceptance of their comments. I think they're providing to you all a recommendation that, hey, we're concerned with the amount of trucks on this road, and we need a trigger to be able to review this based upon the amount of trucks that hit the road. Brendan, are you there?
Yeah, can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, as Patrick said, I'm Brendan Devereaux, the Vice President of Aggregates for Ham Companies. I just wanted to comment on, this issue around volume and production. Our production and sales is not something that is static. So when Eudora or anybody on the commission or anyone for that matter in the community mentions things staying at current levels, that actually doesn't, I don't know what that means, because it's something that varies based on the market, based on construction activity, based on, the success of our bidding. Sometimes there's similar construction activity and we do not win the same number of projects. So I think from Ham's perspective, we're open to a conversation about possible limits, but we understand that some of these applications are, they bring a lot of questions and a lot of concern. And I think first and foremost that, you know, we're committed to working with the community. We're committed to answering the bell when there's actual issues with traffic, with contracted drivers. Our management team is very committed to answering those concerns. If they come in with specific complaints, what we can't answer are, you know, targets that don't really have a meaning. So I think we can have a conversation about the volume, but the comment about, you know, it growing it's not really in our control, and it's not something that's static. So to say it won't be growing or it will maintain the same, it never is the same.
How would you propose having that conversation with Eudora to find that limit that would honor their response to your presentation that led to a yes vote? And I just a question for Mary. Are there minutes to the meeting of that planning commission meeting in the packet?
Yeah, so before,
Sorry,
go ahead, Mary.
this is Mary Miller. I haven't received any minutes. I don't know if they have them prepared yet, but they weren't in the packet and I haven't received any.
Yeah, so what I would say on the ham side is, you know, we already are limited by the production and sales hours, which by its nature limits our production and sales. Obviously, it can go at a faster rate on the sales end per hour and number of trucks, but there's already that limitation. And I'd also note that this year we're down probably 150 to 200,000 tons over last year. So we've had quite a contraction, and it's not this ever-growing volume of trucks that, while I understand the concerns, it does seem like the portrayal sometimes is more in feeling than actual facts. And, you know, certainly the county could back us up on that volume when we get to the end of the year, because we do pay a per ton royalty. So, you know, nothing hearsay on this end. That's just what it is.
Any other questions, commissioners?
Well, I have.
Well,
Are
I
you
have
finished? Go
a
ahead.
comment on that, because I made some notes on that. It was item number 3 on page 3, that the comments from the Eudora Commission, because I understood the part about no increase in intensity or expansion of daily operations. You know, because they were looking at the hours of operation, but I was a little concerned and didn't quite understand. I said no increase in the volume of material extracted or a change in the traffic. And to me, that seems like they're putting a cap on it and saying, okay, you can't do any more than you did this year. So if you sold this much this year, that's all you can sell going forward. Do we have any other businesses that we tell them how much they can sell? I mean, it just seems odd to say, you know, okay, you're maxed out, you're not allowed to sell anymore. I mean, that's very, to me, not very good for economic development or growth, or being able to keep up with the maintenance of the roads as costs increase every year. So yeah, I was a little confused about that, trying to put a cap on what their business is.
I interpreted that as that they were willing to approve, to show their approval for this, as long as they didn't see a more intense impact on the community, you know, in more intense traffic, more intense, you know, and that is a vague response, but it was their first.
if I could offer some of that background, because I was at the meeting. I don't know that this issue was a two-way discussion. I think that the Eudora Planning Commission summarized their thoughts at the end of the meeting and put them in their recommendations to you. And they were fairly liberal with their interpretation of what had transpired in the conversation. I'm surprised to see that it's, no increase in production. They wanted to know that it wasn't going to be, in the real discussion, they wanted to know that we weren't doubling or tripling the amount of traffic, or, what's this new quarry going to do? And so, Mary maybe can chime in too on what she remembers, but what they've written is far more restrictive than any of the back and forth conversation that occurred.
Yeah, this is Mary Miller. I agree with Chad. I know they were concerned with traffic and they didn't want a big increase in traffic, but I do agree that the condition was not written the way the conversation was. There were several different commissioners with different ideas. And I think they decided that their consultant would work something up for them to look at. And so their consultant did draft up this. So I think there was some work after the meeting that we were at where these were developed.
So, to interpret what you're saying, it's do what we have in the written response from the Planning Commission, is it representative of the evening's meeting? We don't have any meeting minutes to look at. We don't have, where I know the public was allowed to present their correspondences. Were there public comments or questions, answers, or was it strictly between the applicant and the Planning Commission?
There were members of the public and they had comments, and there was some back and forth discussion, and it went on for quite a while.
Okay, I bet.
And as Mary said, there were a lot of different ideas being thrown out there. And so what you're seeing is the final written summation in their minds of what they wanted. And, I was a little surprised at how restrictive this was based on what I heard. So, it's the relative increase in traffic, I think, is what they discussed. And an absolute limit is something different to me.
I have a quick comment too.
Hang on, Patrick. Hang on a second, Patrick. I think Barack is on the.
Yeah. The
I'd
city
like to hear
manager of
from him.
Eudora is available. I can move him over to talk, and he's available to have some conversation. Oh, I think I did the wrong one. Okay.
Go ahead, Barack. You're online. Just go ahead and unmute yourself. Well, Patrick, oh, there we go. Hang on, Patrick. I think he's here now. Barack, can you hear us? Okay. Patrick, go ahead. You said you had some comments while we wait for Brock.
Yeah, just very briefly, and Commissioner Thelman, we also envisioned that these comments might end up looking a bit like a wish list. Eudora doesn't have jurisdiction, and the planning process calls for them to just comment on this. And so when they concluded their meeting, I specifically asked of the commission and of the consultant that if they desired to send their comments by ham, we could provide feedback to determine if they're even achievable. I was specifically concerned about this discussion point about limitations, but also with a few other broad discussion points that were thrown out there. They didn't run anything by us, and I really just see these as comments that you're to take into consideration. They're not necessarily recommendations or contingencies or conditions. These are comments.
Brock?
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh, hi. I didn't know if there was specific questions that you had for me, but from the discussion that I've been hearing, I can definitely respond to some of the comments that have been raised, and I can say that the Planning Commission was definitely for sure concerned about traffic, and they did not whatsoever want any of the truck traffic to go through Church Street, which is 2200 Road, and they deferred. They wanted to divert the traffic to use East 2300 Road, and that's where the discussion, came in. And Chad offered some thoughts about what would be needed to make the improvements as well. And also, they did hear from Ham about what the cost would be and their opposition to that being used as a truck traffic as well. So the comments that they provided was a compromise in their minds of what if we cannot be able to improve East 2300 Road to make that the designated truck traffic, what are some of those things that we can be able to do right now? And what they forwarded to you in additional comments is their way of saying, if we cannot be able to provide an alternative, then this is some of those comments that we'd like the county commissioners to take into consideration, because they were very adamant that the truck traffic that they're seeing, given that there are schools there, and given that most of the developments that we'll see in Eudora will be south of town, that it'd be appropriate for us to limit as much traffic as we can. And I think in some of the comments that we've heard, I think Ham said there might not be some sort of intensity that would be added even with the added production, that they'll see that at the expansion of the plant, at the expansion of the quarry. So the Planning Commission was essentially saying, this is a compromise, and if there's some sort of intensity whatsoever, let's go ahead and look at that annually so that we can be able to take appropriate measures, because with the traffic that we see right now with the schools and the developments that's happening south of town, we expect to see a little bit more of that with the developments going on south of town as well. So if we cannot be able to divert that traffic, let's review it annually to find out what we can be able to do. And that was as a result of some of the back and forth and the guidance that the county engineer Chad provided during the discussion, but they were adamantly opposed to the proposed truck traffic, but they understand that that's the truck traffic that's there, and the compromise that they've forwarded to you is what they deemed appropriate given what they knew of the issue.
Thank you.
Brock, do you know when the minutes of the meeting are going to be available?
Yes, the minutes should be available at the next Planning Commission meeting, which is on the 2nd.
Okay.
September 2nd.
I have a question for Chad. Okay. Obviously, I'm not an engineer. So I'm curious, North 2300 is the current truck route to Church Street.
North 1200.
Or 1200, I'm sorry. But it's not paved.
Right.
It's pretty nice wide road. Why would East 2300 have to be paved? Why couldn't it be done like North 1200?
Well, actually the plan is to pave North 1200 at some point when the funds are available, and all of the work that has been done in the past is kind of moving toward that. We've got the next project in line is base stabilization, which would make the subgrade much stronger and able to, last a lot longer. And then paving that would be ideal. Immediately paving that would be ideal. The question is going to be, what can the funds from the quarry support? How does it fit in the CIP? Because I said we're not doing the CIP project for the quarry, but we do funnel the work through the CIP. So those funds are going to be kind of targeted toward a project to pave that road. And we would show that in our CIP with funding from the quarry. So pavement is necessary. It's, 200 trucks a day, 200 even cars a day is a kind of a point where you need to talk about pavement. What we've done so far is grade the ditches so they drain much better, which is a big part of all of this. We've added rock continually. The township has added rock continually. The quarry has provided rock. The quarry has put on dust palliative when requested. And so when you see that that road's in good shape, it's because it's maintained pretty intensely and frequently. And so moving to pavement would be a big upfront expense, but then on the backside, we wouldn't be out there constantly doing all these other things.
Okay. And then just one more question. So Church Street is a truck route, right?
I would assume that that has to be the case.
Because there's lots of other trucks on Church Street. Okay.
So Chad, I want to pin you down on this one, because if we choose to deny, we need reasons to deny. And I'm not saying that's what we're going to do, but and one of the reasons we can, one of the golden factors is recommendation of staff. So is your recommendation that we not improve 2300 Road based on our capital improvement planning?
Well, it wouldn't fit with what I see as our approach to the CIP. We use CIP funds to improve roadways to meet demand. And so Route 458 south of Clinton Lake with bicyclists and 2,000 vehicles a day, and we put shoulders on there to meet that demand. We did not build that so that a business had better access and could run trucks down the road. And so improving East 2300 would not be, for the fact that the quarry is there, would not be consistent with how we've applied CIP funds. So no, I would not say that we should work on East 2300 Road.
Okay, thank you. Other questions?
Let's see. Oh, these are just a few kind of wrap-up questions I was hoping to ask. When was the last 5-year compliance inspection done?
I don't have the date of that. I know that we're in the middle of finishing up a 5-year compliance review, so it had to be 5 years ago. It's just that as we were working through the review, this application came up, and then the COVID, so we've been working on this application, but we've been looking at the 5-year review as well.
And so when you do that compliance review, do you go on site and actually eyeball it, or is it just paperwork?
Mary Miller, planner. We list every condition of the CUP, and then we evaluate it to see if they've been met. So if we need permits, we contact the permitting agencies and ask them to send us copies of the permits. We visit the site to make sure the setbacks are observed, and zoning and codes usually goes with us because they're better at looking at that kind of thing. So we do site visits. We've visited the site of every quarry we've done a review on. And then if we see infractions, small things, we have them bring them into compliance. And basically when we're done, we have a table that lists every condition and whether or not they complied with it.
I guess it would be asking a lot. You probably wouldn't be able to know this, but do you know what the results, how did the last compliance review go? Has there been generally good compliance, or have there been issues?
Mary Miller, actually, I remember I did a 5-year review in 2009, but it was in litigation, so they hadn't been able to start. So basically, I just did a table that said, here's what they need to do before they can start. They started in 2014. So in 2015, I did the required 1-year review where we just reviewed, make sure they were following the program. And so now would be their first 5-year review. So even though it's been approved quite a while, they've only been in work about 5 years.
Okay. I want to make sure I understand the fencing requirements. So around the entire quarry site is a 5-strand barbed wire fence, and then around the first pond is a 6-foot chain link fence.
This is Mary Miller. Right, that would be after quarrying is complete because you'll be using the pond and creating them. But once they're reclaimed, and they've got the land graded, then they would put the 6-foot tall chain link fences to keep people out until the water level rises. They wouldn't have the chain link while they're quarrying because that pond is going to move until it finally gets to the final location as they keep filling in the pit. And so at the last stage, they'll have a pond in a location, and then they'll finish filling it and grading it. And then at that point, when they're done doing all the earthwork around it, they would put in the chain link fence.
Okay. Oh, question about the reclamation materials. There was some comment that, the space for overburden storage and topsoil storage, and there was a comment made somewhere that there had been some sale of topsoil off of the quarry property. Is there, Patrick, are you aware of any product being sold, like topsoil being sold, that is meant for reclamation?
I'll let Ryan Blosser or Ramon Gonzalez respond to that. They have active engagement with the quarry itself. Ryan, can you chime in? You might have to let him in, Sarah.
We're working. He's in now. Ramon.
Okay. No. Okay, great.
Yeah, Patrick, can you hear me? This is Ramon.
Yep, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't know I was coming in. No, there has not been topsoil sold from our sites. It's a state law. It's just nothing we do. We don't advertise it. When people ask, we deny it.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all the questions I have.
Okay, let's take some public comment on this item. Yeah, okay, so Mr. Nice will be one. If you could raise your hand on Zoom, I like to get a sense of how, I see you, Mr. Nice, thank you. If I like to get a sense of how many people are going to provide public comment on that before we set a time limit. So how many people are we seeing, Jill? So we have 2 with Mr. Nice. Okay, so I'm not going to set a time limit right now, if that's okay with commissioners, and we'll start with Mr. Nice. Mr. Nice, you can just unmute your microphone and share your thoughts with us.
Thank you. At the Douglas County Commission meeting, which last considered this matter, the chairman commented that the discussion was concluded that he hoped the parties could reach some compromises as to their concerns. So first, thank you for that gentle push. As Patrick has already mentioned, Ham Quarry LLC and I have been actively discussing my concerns as my property abuts the quarry. We have discussed clarifications as to certain operational practices and whether compromise be reached to address some of those, and also to address water quality and quantity concerns. Substantial progress has been made during these discussions, which have been helpful for both of us to appreciate and environmental considerations that surround this project. It is highly probable these discussions will be successful and compromises are going to be achieved. So thank you, Commissioner Kelly, for your gentle push.
Thank you for your comments. We have someone else for public comment. Catherine, you're in the meeting and you could just go ahead and unmute your microphone and provide public comment.
Okay, there we go. All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Okay. Just a few notes about traffic, although my main concern is the depth of the pond, of the quarry pit. on the traffic, surely it can be quantified by the number of trucks that go through with sales. I guess what you're saying is that you will not limit traffic, but you'll just sell as much as you can, and whatever the truck traffic is just a result of sales. I do understand what the engineer said about paving 1200 Road. That is good progress, because I've heard that the culverts have been crushed, and it's really not quite wide enough. So that is good news. On the 5-year review, in the CUPs for 2014 and the CUPs for 2015, they started quarrying in April 2014, I think. And then there was a 1-year review in September 2015, which was called an operations first-year review, something like that. So I think that probably that review should be done before you actually proceed with another CUP. It just seems to me like it should be completed and wrapped up. It seems like there's a lot of issues kind of hanging out there. But my main concern at this point is the depth of the quarry. And that's also good news that it's going to 135 feet instead of 200. That's what it says in the reclamation text, is 200. But if you allow them to change the acreage from 30 acres to 50 acres, then is that saying if they do find a level that's 200 feet deep, they'll be free to go that deep? So will it be a condition of the CUP? Because if they can open 50 acres, then they can legitimately go that deep. So that's kind of a concern. And then also word on the street is that maybe they're buying the Neese property from Catherine Neese. And so that means that they could go wider on the Sheldon parcel. I'm not sure exactly what parcel they're talking about, but then that would be a concern too if it went any deeper on the Sheldon parcel, because that's right on the urban growth area boundary. So, our town could grow up and around it, and then we have those 2 big quarry pits. So that's kind of my worry at this point. Thanks for listening. Thanks for all your time.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment? No more public comment, so we'll close the public comment and bring it up to the commission for discussion. So I'll just start off. I mean, to me, there are 3 issues that I'm thinking about here. The first would be the depth of the pit. We've heard and received a lot of conversation, a lot of emails. And when I think about public health and safety, it's one of the golden factors that we can consider. Well, not that we can, but we have to consider. The relative gain to the public health and safety and welfare by the destruction of the value of the applicant's property as compared to the hardship on other individual landowners. And so that's one I'm considering when I think about the long term. Right now I'm fairly satisfied with the fencing requirements when the pit is being reclaimed, but there's been a concern raised that a number of years from now, what will that look like? And so that's one for me. The other one I think is traffic, to the extent to which the removal of restrictions will detrimentally affect nearby property. And so if we remove these restrictions by the applicant's admission and they can sell more rock, traffic may increase. And the Planning Commission has said that for their community and the community that they represent, that would not be acceptable. There seems to be a conflict point there. And then the third item is the road for me. The Planning Commission has said they would like to change the truck route, and that doesn't fit our capital plan. So it would be the recommendation of staff that based on that factor, that we would not change that plan. So I appreciate the Eudora Planning Commission coming back together, but I think they've made this really difficult for us by some of these demands. And so I think they've put the applicant and the neighbors in a bit of a spot here. So those are just my initial thoughts as I try to compartmentalize these, and again, they're initial thoughts. I could be convinced otherwise, but they're just my initial thoughts.
I wonder if, Michelle, you made a comment that we don't typically try and limit businesses, but I also did hear, I think it was Brendan, who said that they would be open to a conversation with Eudora about limits. If that was a genuine nudge or offer to take a nudge to work on meeting in the middle or finding what that acceptable level of production would be, that would, was that a genuine offer? Would that be something to pursue?
Yeah, so this is Brendan. We absolutely would pursue the conversation. I would say that we would want to direct it in a way that we think is reasonable, which does give us flexibility for growth. And to just briefly double back on the issue, the growth and activity of the area is what's going to determine our demand. So it can't be 100% promise, but a tripling in demand from what has already gone on is something that's not really realistic unless there was a true emergency, flooding, for instance, that I think everyone would probably be wanting us to provide rock to help stop. But yeah, we're open to a conversation, but I personally, and I don't think our company would be interested in, roughly around your current level, that's the limit, because we do want to take on business opportunities. And I certainly appreciate the earlier comment and would be open to hearing what other businesses have their sales restricted as well.
And I guess I want to be clear here, and I think Chad could help me with this if it needs to. I think the conversation about limiting production was simply as a method to helping to get at the volume of truck traffic. It wasn't saying you can't sell more. It's how, instead of having folks out literally counting trucks, is there another way to monitor truck traffic? So I guess I just feel like I want to clarify that statement, and Chad, tell me if I got that wrong, but it wasn't really like we want to limit how much money they make. It's a question of how do we maintain the volumes on the roads, which we do frequently in CUPs.
Were you asking Chad a question? I'm sorry.
Mostly trying to clarify, and Chad, just tell me if I was wrong on that. But
No, I think you're
guess to
accurate.
that notion of if it was tied to, if the production value, which Brendan's talked about, is tied to more, how do we manage truck traffic? I think that's a strategy for managing truck traffic. The question is, what happens if it goes up and
Right. Yeah. No, the idea from Eudora was to actually limit the number of trucks. And I find that to be very difficult. We'd have to count them on a busy day. We don't know when that's going to be. And really, why should we be out there counting trucks? So, we keep records, they keep records of production, and the production is obviously tied to number of trucks. So it seems easier just to look at volumes if you're going to have a conversation about this. Maybe they do count trucks coming off scales, and maybe that's, a piece of this that could be discussed. But, that still seems a little bit troublesome to put a number of trucks on there.
My point was that it just seemed very extreme because it says no increase in intensity or expansion of daily operations and volume of material extracted from the quarry site or change to the traffic ingress, egress occur. So this seemed like it was putting some pretty strict limitations on your business all around. And maybe the end result is the traffic, but that also affects their business and their bottom line. I mean, if a grocery store is selling a whole lot more and they're gonna have to have more trucks coming in, or is somebody gonna say, nope, sorry, you're, but they're not.
Sometimes, yes. I mean, sometimes when we put truck traffic limits on a CUP, it's one of the issues. I think, and I guess my concern would go back to the approval from the Eudora Planning Commission. If we are unable to regulate the amount of trucks or cap it, does that change their viewpoint?
I think it'd be great if they can work together and figure out how they're gonna track that, and maybe they can get a better explanation and of exactly how strict Eudora wants us to be.
I have a comment here when you get a second.
I have a comment as well.
Okay, let's start with Barack and then we'll go to Patrick.
I think the idea is not to limit the production of what ham does. I think it goes back to what Terry is saying and to what the chairman said. It's the number of traffic that we know will occur from the expansion and the activity that'll be going on, and that's why the Planning Commission was pushing for the improvements on East 2300 Road. We have to be able to alleviate some of that traffic. So with the improvements of some of that traffic going through East 2300 Road, then we'll be able to alleviate that additional traffic that we know will occur at some point that this quarry is operating due to the expansion away from Church Street to East 2300 Road. And that's why they called for the annual review of that truck traffic, because between now and the next 5 years, Eudora will be very different. And a lot of the growth that we are seeing is going to happen south of, K10. So what are some of those triggers that we have to look at annually to be able to make sure that either the county invests in improving the 2300 Road, and that becomes an additional alternative for the truck traffic, because what we will see on 2300 Road is additional traffic, and this is one way of trying to limit or trying to put something that would address that.
I have some comments on that, but I'm going to first ask Patrick to speak.
Thank you, Commissioner Kelly. This is Patrick Watkins on behalf of the ham companies. I think our biggest concern, and just to speak broadly about this, this is all about restrictions. We have over 20 that we're talking about, and trucking is a concern, and we have haul routes. I think what Eudora is proposing is a pretty significant change that hasn't been contemplated up to this point. They're essentially saying we'd like to not only get the benefit of improvements to a 2-mile stretch of road, we'd also like to change the trucking route. In this process, which we started in 2019, the planning staff has been very careful to craft these conditions of use. We've worked together collaboratively, and we found the most appropriate way to do this, to operate a quarry and to set reasonable restrictions of use. What I think is happening right now is Eudora is being vested with authority to come up with their own restrictions of use, to not run them by the ham companies, and to sort of unilaterally insert them. And I don't blame them. They have concerns here, and we also are concerned about trucking. It's a primary concern for any of our quarries we have to establish with haul routes. In our current restrictions of use, we have a look back. We have a 5-year review period. When we're talking about how much intensity or expansion might happen with the Eudora quarry, we submit tonnage reports to the county. We can verify with our weight tickets how many trucks are coming in and out, but those are going to have a direct relation to the tonnage we're already submitting with our royalties to the county. We can review these every 5 years, and we can come up with new concessions. We can come up with new improvements to make if intensity increases. And that's why we believe currently that while we are open to a discussion, we believe this discussion is going to be taking place not only in our annual reviews with county and our regular discussions about dust palliative and road conditions, rogue trucks that might not follow the trucking route, but we are, the proposed conditions of use contemplate a look back to determine whether or not intensity of traffic calls for more improvements. That's, and while we're open to discussion and while we don't want to, we don't believe we're ignoring any concerns here, but the idea that we can look at even a calendar year and determine whether there's an increased intensity is, it would be frustrating to the business for a number of reasons. As Brendan noted, this is based upon demand. And to consider it just a one-year review based upon what happens in the previous calendar year, I think it would be difficult to do, and it would be frustrating for the business. We think the 5-year review is the time to do this. I'll let my team message me if they have anything to add to that.
So I want to say something about Barack's comments about 2300 Road. Having served on the Lawrence Planning Commission for many, many years, I don't think I ever made a recommendation or ever heard one of my planning colleagues ever make a recommendation to the city or the county that they needed to improve a road to change a route. I think that's surprising to me, and I understand why they do it, and I might have some less noble interpretations of why that suggestion was made, but I think it really puts this process in a pickle. And I'm sure those commissioners are really working hard and their intentions were good, but I struggle with this idea of abandoning our current truck route and the improvements that have been made and moving it to another one as a requirement for their approval. That I'm surprised to see that, because I think that sort of oversteps their authority a little bit.
Ready for another question. So I get off of the road topic for a little bit. I want to go to one of Catherine Elson's comments that, taking some solace that the depth of the pond was now at 135 rather than 200 feet. And the concern being, is there a way to make that 135 mark stick so that was truly as deep as you would go, even if there was rock, if the calculations were off, if the shallower pond begins to be, it's still not shallow, it's 13, 14 stories deep. That's a deep pond, and it's actually more like a small lake than a pond, if we want to be accurate. But is the depth set at 135 one that can be stuck with?
This is Patrick on behalf of the ham companies, and I think we could find a way to have it added as a restriction of use. And Mary, I would need your collaboration on that, but this is all based upon our core samples. And so we know that ledge goes down to 135 feet below existing depth. So I don't see any reason why we couldn't say somewhere around that depth. There's a good chance, by the way, that it's not near as deep. But I'm waiting for confirmation from my team that that would be acceptable. Yeah, and that we could stipulate to that.
Yeah, this is Mary Miller. On the reclamation plan, it notes that the height and depth of the ground level might change. You can go, I think, 5 feet lower, 10 feet higher without having to revise the reclamation plan. And there could be a note added saying that the depth of the pond would not exceed 135 feet, but that it could be shallower. And that way there is a limit. If that was going to be exceeded, the reclamation plan would have to come back and be revised.
So I'm just brainstorming here, which is never a good thing to do on a CUP. How did we set the royalty rate for, how do we set the royalty rate? Where does that come from? Is that a negotiated number, or is that just a set number that we do across the county?
That's a good question. I'm gonna give you my guess that they looked at the cost of what it was expected for maintenance on N1200 Road and maybe some pavement patching on Route 1061 and annualized that, and then went back and set that royalty rate is variable across the different quarries in the county. So it is a good question, and it's possible somebody with Ham might actually know the answer to specifically how that was arrived at.
This is Patrick on behalf of the Ham companies. It was my father that was involved in that process, but it involved a number of conditions with the original use permit. That was one of the negotiated prices, and just like Chad said, it's based upon expected cost, but it was also included with improvements to intersections, improvements to a number of areas around the roadway. So it was just a negotiated arrangement with the original CUP.
And Patrick, would you agree that prices have probably changed, and I don't know if Church Street, I mean, we've sort of established that Church Street is a truck route. Would you agree to that?
Yes. Yeah,
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh, I would just note that there is a consumer price index increase in things, but please finish your thought though.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering if, I mean, CUPs are all about compromise. They really are. I mean, they're really trying to work with communities to try to find that point where the benefit to the community is high enough. And I do not want to dismiss the benefit of the work that the Ham company is doing for our economics of Kansas, of Douglas County. So where is that tipping point? And do we need to increase the royalty rate to address some of these other, did I say royalty rate? That's right, yeah. The royalty rate to address, turning Church Street into a truck route. I mean, is that, and I don't know if that's why I said I'm brainstorming. I don't know if that's a good thing to look at. Does it help address some of the concerns of the Eudora Planning Commission that if we say, hey, it's not in our plan to make 2300 Road a paved street, but we do think there needs to be some changes to Church Street to accommodate that traffic. I mean, we've talked about a roundabout and things like that. And so I just offer those things as possible compromise points to get to a solution here. I don't know if they're acceptable. It's just an idea.
One of the things that two quick comments. The county planning staff does track the royalty, and they do use the funds for the improvements. There's been a range of improvements to these roadways, and typically it's just negotiated based upon the improvements needed for whatever quarry operations are being contemplated in the CUP. In this case, we're not contemplating changing the truck route, and we're not contemplating an increase in operations. We're not going to be digging the rock out of the ground, and our sales are based upon what the market supports. We're not opposed to these discussions, and we'd be happy to have them at any review period. So they didn't come up in this particular application, in my opinion, because there just wasn't a change of access point, there wasn't a change of truck route, and there's not contemplated changes of operation intensity. I'd also note that we're not opposed to using it on Church Street, but much of the traffic on Church Street is just unrelated to us. It was Eudora that had a school there. It was a private group that added a larger scale operation, a home there. Ham's trucks might account for a mere percentage or two or three of the overall traffic on Church Street. So while we're not opposed to providing incentives, we just need to recognize that this is not Ham's burden alone to carry.
Yeah, and I would totally agree with that. Just, it was a jumping off point for a conversation.
Sure.
One more question, just out of curiosity. Does anybody know what year I can't remember, the new high school there opened?
Brock, do you know what year the high school opened?
I can't recall. No, I probably have to check with the superintendent if you give me a few minutes and get back to you.
That's okay. Thank you.
Adria, I see that you're raising your hand, and we have closed public comment. Sorry. We follow those rules.
I'm actually about to ask her a question.
If a commissioner wants to ask you a question, that would be fine.
I really
okay.
was. I mean it. I was.
Yep, that's great.
So I have been surprised at this point not to hear from Adria, and I, as Arthur Nice's lawyer, and having been deeply involved in these conversations over years, not just this. So in the beginning of this meeting, we learned that Mr. Nice is now, I think, satisfied with the conversation with Hams and doesn't seem in strong opposition anymore to this quarry expansion. Is that, do I understand that right? Or do you have, from all the long documents that you submitted, are those now moot? Or do you have other comments to make?
Go ahead and unmute your microphone so we can hear you.
This is Adria Burks, both as counsel for Arthur Nice. I wouldn't say they're moot. I would say that there have been compromises reached that and understanding reached between the various parties about the priorities in terms of wetlands and water quality and water quantity and setbacks that on both sides, compromises on both sides that make those concerns so that Mr. Nice is more comfortable with going forward with this quarry operation. And his comments have been don't issue the CUP. His comments have been all tied to concerns about the parameters of the CUP, so that there were environmental issues addressed and safety issues addressed. And I think that there's been, in those compromises, Hams, there's been a consensus that's been reached. If I might, I was involved in the 2002 hearings with Mr. Watkins, and in answer to Mr. Kelly's questions, if I might shed some light.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, so in 2002, yes, the high school and middle school were there. And those were one of the issues. Also in 2002, when the negotiations were going on about the royalty, at the very end of the negotiation, Charlie Jones said, hey, we need to have a consumer price index tied to this. And that hasn't been collected in the past. It's supposed to be collected every year. Hams has volunteered that they will, yes, make up that difference, but there needs to be that periodic review, because that has always been a part of that CUP that was supposed to be in place, that would be raised, tied to the consumer price index. And I understand operations commenced on the quarry in 2009, so that would be your base year for going forward. And Patrick might have a different theory on that, or Mary, but That's my history of it.
Thank you. Can you hear us now? Someone give us a thumbs up if you can hear us on the call. That would be, oh, great. Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Oh, well, I was just trying to think of the Gabriel family, the two farming households on the road that have had cattle ill with dust pneumonia, and that's a real thing, and have really suffered with the dust and the that comes with the quarry traffic. And so what is the future there? Am I remembering right? You're saying that the improvement on that road is, it's coming along, you'll be doing the base and then you'll be paving it?
Well, we spent all of the funds that were available as of last fall with the intersection improvements. We've collected additional royalties since then, and the idea was to do base stabilization this year, but we weren't able to get it done, not only in terms of having the virus and slowing things down, but also the royalties didn't support that yet. So that's why we've pushed it back 1 year. And then the idea to pave it would be much more expensive, you know, $300,000, and that's about what we've collected in the 10 years that we've been collecting. So, you know, I don't know on the pavement whether there would be a way we could push that forward and sort of advance fund that to get it down and then pay that back with the royalties. I mean, that to me makes some sense. But paving would be, I think, a very good step for N1200 road for safety and dust and all of it. It would reduce our yearly costs after that very much. So that'd be beneficial.
That's something you could see managing.
Yes, that would be in our purview. It's a township road, but you know, at this point, we've taken such a heavy hand in it that would be our job.
So let me take a bold step here and see if maybe we've got a place to be with the applicant. I'm encouraged, as is Commissioner Thelman, in the collaboration between Mr. Nice and the Ham Corporation. And I'm almost wondering if we might do the same thing with the city of Eudora and the county and have some discussion about what we really mean when we say truck traffic. I've heard two interpretations, different interpretations of the meeting and the results that came out of that meeting. And we don't have minutes to reflect on that. And so I'm interested to hear if the applicant, and specifically, it feels like we're down to 3 items. And one, I think, is road improvement and the number of trucks that are traveling on that road. And it feels like, I feel like if we could get Chad involved with the county and Barack involved with the city of Eudora and the applicant, we may be able to come to some agreement on that. Because those two, you know, what is a reasonable increase that allows, I agree with Commissioner DeRusso. I don't want to limit the production of the site. And I totally understand what the applicant is saying. Like 1 year it may be down and the next year it may be up, and that's just the market. And I'm not really interested in limiting it, but can we come up with some type of percentage? Can somebody more clever than me figure it out? And I don't think this is the place to figure that out, to be honest. I never think what we do here is a good place to do horse trading. And the same thing would be true of the royalty rate. You know, can we look at the royalty rate in a way that maybe gets us closer to the road improvements that we're looking for? And that's enough of a trade-off to the community, both the community of Douglas County and Eudora's community, to get to that agreement. So I just throw that out as a possibility. I'd love to hear from the applicant and from Barack if they think that's, and Chad, you as well, if you think that's a reasonable suggestion. And these things take time, and I just wonder if that would be a good pause place. And my fellow commissioners might think that's a bad idea, but that's a suggestion.
And I'll let the applicants weigh in, but my thought is, you know, exactly like you said, Commissioner Kelly, some years it's going to be down, some years it's going to be up. To put a percentage on it, then on years when they have a chance to maybe make up for a couple of down years, you're still capping them and still what?
Capping
Production. Putting a limit on it. So I guess we asked them to comment. I don't think I don't know, it's very difficult, but I had another question too. So before I stammer through that, hey, Chad, is there any kind of limitation on frequency or anything of dust palliative?
No, it's pretty much when things get bad, we contact HAM, and they are responsive in getting that down if the season is right and the conditions allow. And so it's.
So you can do it pretty much any.
Yeah, I remember, Keith gave me some parting thoughts on this, and he said, well, one thing's for sure, they're very responsive about getting the dust control down.
Okay. Well, I just thought until that road can be paved because of the issues with the cattle, if maybe it can be stepped up a little bit more frequently. But I would like to share an observation I had when I went out there and drove around what I shot the square a couple times. I followed 2 trucks coming and going on as I went around twice, and the trucks were driving, I was behind them. They're probably driving 35 miles an hour. Hardly any dust was coming up. The problem was what I will consider was probably local traffic, pickup trucks that went flying by, and they're the ones that were kicking up the dust. I mean, it wasn't the big trucks that I was having a problem with. It was when the locals went by in their pickup doing about 50, that all of a sudden I was in a dust cloud. So I just wanted to share that.
Did you see any trucks on E2300?
Pickup trucks, not quarry trucks, no.
Because we have had a lot of calls, and we've responded, and HAM has tried to keep the drivers are separate companies and individuals, so they try to educate them, but we've had a lot of calls about that.
Yeah, the only quarry trucks I saw were on North 1200.
Okay.
Patrick, would you mind your comment? I was trying to keep track. I thought you had 3 thoughts.
Yeah, the third one I don't really know how to resolve, which is the safety issue of and I guess I'm not as concerned. If it sounded like there could be assurances that the depth would stay at that level. I don't have any expertise to decide what's the right depth. I just, is it 120 feet? Is it 135? I don't feel comfortable as, that's one reason I asked Chad, like, how deep, and he sort of said, well, it's deep, and that's a concern, and we need to monitor the safety of that. And so I'm glad that they had the Douglas County Sheriff's Department come out and talk about water rescues and things like that. That gives me a little more confidence. But the other 2 issues I think are more easily resolvable. The other one, we just have to determine how much I think that's true of all safety issues, how much risk we can tolerate.
Is any of that risk related to not knowing the future of the land after I mean, it's leased land. We don't know who is going to take it up when this is over, and their responsibility will be to,
yeah, I'm not
forever in perpetuity,
yeah,
maintain the safety of that.
you know, if we can tie something to a deed restriction, you know, and since Mr. Nice, I think, owns the land, that may be something to explore there. I don't really know how to do that.
Is that-
And yeah, I mean,
I thought that was the
I think it's
Catherine.
It's another nice.
There are a lot of nices.
yeah. So I'm not sure there. I don't have a solution there, but you know.
And that does seem like a slightly different issue than a conversation between Eudora, Douglas County, and the applicant. So, you know, back to your original kind of proposal of another meeting to sort of talk through what did the Planning Commission really mean on a couple of these issues, and how can we come up with some sort of compromise that works both from what is possible on behalf of the county and the applicant and Eudora. The deed restriction or maintenance is probably something Mary could more easily just put into a condition.
Yeah, I don't even know how that works, but
So maybe she
the
needs to comment
commission's
on that.
willing to move forward with talking about this, I think we need to hear from Barack, the applicant, and then maybe Sarah a little bit about how we want to engage in that.
Yeah, and I would say, I do think we have to, I feel like, and maybe I'm wrong, someone tell me I'm wrong, but I don't know that we can treat the Planning Commission in Eudora as just, you know, that they made comments or that they made suggestions to us. I mean, they had a formal meeting. It was supposed to be a joint meeting with a vote of the joint planning commissions, and they did not attend, but they were given an opportunity to have a formal planning commission meeting around this, and they received a presentation, and they created their recommendations and put a vote on it. So I think we have some obligation to treat that as more than just you know, an exercise in just an extra meeting. It has a little bit of power to it and a little authority behind it, I think.
I don't disagree. I'd defer to Mary, though, in terms of, since it wasn't a joint meeting and a joint recommendation, you know, if it had been done jointly and the Metropolitan Planning Commission had heard the concerns from the Eudora Planning Commission, would there have been would the Metropolitan Planning Commission's recommendations, conditions have changed? That we don't know without sending all of it back to them. Unless Mary's got some sort of insight there that I don't have.
Patrick, I think you sort of wanted to hear a response from some of us on your comments. And what I noted was it's important to look at the road issues in separate pieces. If we're talking about road maintenance and improvements, that's N1200 road. That's not what the Eudora Planning Commission was concerned about. And so traffic on Church Street is a separate issue, and the solution for that is not well known or defined or even contemplated. So, you know, if the quarry is 5% of the traffic, then, you know, if there are improvements to be made, who else comes to the table? Mm-hmm. And so, you know, should some of the royalties go toward Church Street? Possibly, and that's something to talk about with Eudora. But you know, Patrick has pointed out 500 tons in a year, and it maybe would stay, maybe would go up. You know, I think you could trigger in that 5-year review, hey, based on the last 5 years, we've seen this increase, and it's been 700 or 800 tons each year. And at this point, we want to sit down with Eudora, sit down with the county, sit down with HAM, talk about Route 1061, Church Street. It just seems like the pieces are in place to have that conversation based on some known outcomes rather than trying to keep trying to foresee things.
Yeah, I mean, if you said if the average over time was 700 tons, I think that's what the number you just used, 700 tons, and you said, I mean, one thing you could do is you could kick in a higher royalty rate if it went over 700 tons. I mean, because they would be making more money, you know, but if it was under that, you would keep the old, because we wouldn't be putting more trucks on the street. I don't know if that's a good business model. I don't own a business, but yeah, so.
That seems consistent with my understanding of CUPs and how they're supposed to work. Is it's a conditional use, and if you come back to it later and say, hey, more conditions, because the use is obviously not exactly what we thought. So, you know, I don't know that you're suggesting we could sit down and come up with an idea of what it would take to get there, and I'm having a hard time visualizing that.
I wonder if part of the concern around this is there are unknowns and the concern about change in traffic patterns and kind of a long wait until it's evaluated again. 5 years is a long time. That's not always the case for quarry CUPs. Sometimes they're done more frequently than that. I wonder if there would be some comfort in you know, not such a long time between evaluations, in terms of if we're worried about intensity on Church Street and product, you know, these kind of fine tunings that we're talking about. If we didn't get it right, if you all didn't, I mean, if it would need a review a little sooner rather than later. These aren't fun reviews, for sure, but if the community's concern is about how the traffic is going to change, and to evaluate that and to see if these measures work. Just a thought.
Barack, do you have any comments? Patrick, do you have any comments? Otherwise, I think we're getting close to, we need to make a motion and a vote on this.
Yeah, I think oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
I think what, you know, Chad was talking about, and I think what Commissioner Thelman is alluding to is, yes, 5 years is a really long time, and I know the community is going to change, and I think a lot of the planning commissioners know that. That's why they wanted some sort of annual review, because they know without a doubt with the construction and the expansion, there will be, it's inevitable that there will be some sort of an increase in traffic. So if we could be able to find a way to look at the intensity, look at what some of those impacts will be, I think it will tie into what Chad just said, which is, you know, what are some of those conversations or compromises that we need to have between now and the next 5 years, every year as things come up. I think that's the dialogue that can take place, and the royalties and whatnot, we could be able to get ahead of some of these issues that we know will come up just because of the nature of their business and the growth that we know we'll see. It's inevitable that traffic will increase. So if we were to review, you know, the intensity every year and whatever that metric is, we can come up with that and be able to have that so that we can prepare for whatever is coming in the future, or we can be able to get ahead instead of being reactive. That might be a way we address any issues that we don't know right now that could or will happen. So in my mind, an annual review would at least help us get ahead of some of those issues that we don't know that will or might happen, you know, today.
This is Patrick. Is it okay to speak, Commissioner Kelly?
Yeah, sorry, I should have called on you. Sorry about that, Patrick.
That's okay. I have a few comments, and I'll address the City of Eudora's comments first, just because they happened just now. But we have, as we've mentioned in the last 2 times that we've come before you, we have a great deal of urgency about this application, and we'd like to have a decision about it. Integrating Eudora Planning Commission into this process was at some level a concession by the ham companies to honor their request. They did take part in the planning process, and they did submit comments. We were in line to have a decision in early July, and there was a flurry of correspondence, and it was delayed. And then we were in line to have a decision the following week, or at least a contemplation the following week, and Eudora stepped in, and we've honored their request, and we've listened to their comments. But they acknowledge in their letter that they do not have the planning staff to be able to vet and analyze this level of conditional use permit. It's the county planning staff that has the ability to make reasonable, understandable, achievable conditions on this conditional use permit. We have a good working relationship with the county planning staff and the county itself. So I do have some concerns about including a municipality under which we don't have jurisdiction in the decision-making process. Certainly they should be invited, and certainly we do want to be good neighbors with them, and we've honored that commitment, and we'll continue to do so. But we would have to insist that discretion lay with the county planning staff and the county commission. With that said, I also want to note that at our last meeting, we did acknowledge that we'd go to the Eudora Planning Commission, but I wanted to note that their comments and their recommendations should not be dispositive in this process. They're meant to be comments, and while there are good points that they brought to the attention of the county and the attention of HAM, they can be fully addressed. In our opinion, they have been addressed in the restrictions of use that have been proposed in this staff report. We have a 5-year review. These quarry operations are large, and it takes years of planning just to be able to pull off setting one up or expanding upon one. If we have a 3-year trigger or a 1-year trigger, there's a wide range of risk that gets reviewed every year or at every increment. And so the 5-year review period is an important negotiated and discussed standard for HAM, and it gives us the security to be able to operate. We're not opposed to having discussions with Eudora or the planning staff. In fact, we are kicking around ideas right now on what sort of concessions could be afforded here if that opportunity, if this quarry succeeds and does achieve higher than expected sales. But these things take time, and they have to be rationally related to the conditions of the road and the expected impact on the community. We're not changing our haul route. We're not changing the intensity of extraction. If trucking or if the tonnage in sales goes up, it's something that the county monitors, and the county can require that HAM put down dust palliative or make improvements. We can work collaboratively to make sure that these are done as efficiently as possible, and that the next before the next review period, any and all reasonable maintenance and improvements be made. We've offered up a range of options, but a public hearing just is not the perfect opportunity to weigh and submit that sort of line of inquiry. We are open to it, and we'd specifically be open to it at the review period. With regard to the safety concerns that you brought up, Commissioner Kelly, we do have a consultant online. They've worked with quarries at depths of 500 feet across the country. We've received recommendations and comments from them. And like you know, mining at 60 feet and 70 feet, which we're currently at the nice parcel, is not much in terms of the report that they provided, in terms of operation and reclamation, it's not significantly different from mining at 132 feet. But that person is available, and again, their recommendations, we're asking that they be implemented with the restrictions of use. There's other notes, and I'm receiving some feedback from my team, but I wanted to provide that line of information. We respect and we understand that Eudora Quarry is our neighbor. We will continue to be good neighbors with them. We'll continue to field their concerns, but we do have some concern that giving them discretionary authority is problematic here.
Thank you, Patrick. That helps my thinking. So I'm not making a motion, but I feel like we're getting there. I think we could create, Mary, you're gonna have to check me if we can do this. I think we could create something that if we saw an increase in production of over 20%, that would be more truck traffic, that we could reduce the amount of time for that review. So if the review was, maybe it stays at 5 years, but if we see an increase in production over 20%, it becomes a 2 or 3 year review. That to me may give the applicant some of that safety, but also knowing, because I understand the need for, especially on a big operation like that. But if we're seeing such an increase in truck traffic, we've got to address it sooner than later. It's sort of what Barack talked about being, instead of being reactive, being proactive. Mary, I don't even know if that's possible to do, but I'm throwing that out to my colleagues here and to you to say, what do you think? I need to say it again.
Yes.
Okay, so the concept is this, is that, and I'm just picking 20% out of thin air, really, is that that we would monitor production levels, and if production levels increased by over 20% after, let's just say 2 years, we would initiate a review process. If production levels were increased by less than 20%, we would continue on for the next 2 years and review it then again. Maybe my numbers aren't right. Maybe there's an easier way to do this. I'm just trying to find a way that we don't see a huge jump in production, hence a huge jump in truck traffic. And if we do, we have a way to address it.
Okay, I just want to ask a question. This is Mary. So what we're suggesting is if there's an increase in production of a certain percentage, that there would then be a review, but it would be of the impact on the road and the traffic in the area. We wouldn't be doing a full CUP review, just of those elements, right?
I'm fine with that. I don't know about my colleagues, but.
I'm sorry, you said, so I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing you. So can you say that again, please? Not a CUP review, but a.
Right, not the full 5 year CUP review. We go make sure you have all the permits and you meet all the setbacks and your reclamation is, do the full 5 year review. But if you exceed that percentage of production, then the county engineer would review the roads, see if the impact on the roadway has gone up, or, we could check and make sure the safety, see if the accident numbers associated with quarry trucks has gone up, and then maybe look at conditions then, but we'd be focusing on traffic and road improvements.
What would you call that kind of review though? And if it's not a full CUP, I mean, you need some technical term for it.
Is
So
it like administrative or?
We have these reviews in the process. This is Patrick Watkins. We review the reclamation plan, and it doesn't call into account a full CUP review, but I would call it a truck route review, and HAM is agreeable to this.
So I just want to make sure I understand, Commissioner Kelly. So you're saying like, and it's just a number right now, but you're saying so 20%, are you saying like 2 years in a row?
I don't know. I told you brainstorming. I hate CUPs. I just hate them with a passion. Mary knows that. So-
Ham can make a proposal on this level if you'd like.
Sure, let's hear what you got.
I'm following your line of thinking, and I'm understanding you correctly, that if over the course of 2 years, we increase production by 20% over our previous rolling 12-month average, highest rolling 12-month average, it triggers an immediate review for consideration of truck routes and royalty rate. The CUP, and it would be a required review that would call into question the full CUP, but it would be a 20% increase from the highest 12-month rolling max sales over the last 5 years is the way I would contemplate it. I'm trying to find a way to say, okay, we do have some years in here where it was 100,000 tons, and we have some years that are closer to 600,000 tons. I'd want to make sure that if we're talking about a 20% increase, it's not year over year. It's based upon 20% increase over maybe the highest calendar year or the highest rolling 12-month year.
Patrick, what was the highest year that you had in the last 5 years?
We close in on 600,000 on a calendar year, but we think the rolling average is going to be right around 600 or maybe a little higher. I'm checking with our team right now.
Commissioner, may I comment?
Sure, Barack.
Oh, I would probably assume that the county engineer has some sort of a data, so we could be able to look at the data collected over the years, then be able to work from there, and that could be the basis where we come up with whatever that percentage might be. Just my thoughts, assuming there's some sort of a historical data that's been collected by the county engineer.
Yeah, I'm not sure we have it, and I sort of want to get to a motion tonight, and I'm feeling like we need to. I understand what you're saying is that we could go back and look at percentages, but I'm sort of feeling like we need to get it done tonight.
And the data we have is what they provide to the county clerk in terms of royalty fees. So,
okay. And
it's fairly basic. I mean, Patrick has proposed this adjustment for CPI, and those numbers are sitting right there in that table. So it's pretty basic stuff.
Okay.
Is that kind of what you had in mind?
Yeah, that's kind of what that's what I had in mind. And I don't want to lose the deed restriction here as well. So I still think that's something to think about, but if we can resolve this, commissioners, do you understand the concept here? What Patrick? Yeah.
But there would still be in every 5 years.
Yeah, still be every 5 years, but 2 years trigger on a rolling average would trigger. If we saw a 20% increase, and then we could immediately trigger, because that means we have more traffic and we've got to get after that quickly.
It would trigger a review. Would it also trigger a change in the royalty rate? I mean, that's a hard thing.
Yeah, Patrick put that in his thing, looking at the royalty rate. And isn't that what you said, Patrick? I think I heard you say that.
That's correct. We would look at royalty rate, truck routes, maintenance.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be a discussion about how to resolve it. Ham understands that if we have a high producing quarry and we're putting trucks on the road, we have to take care of the roads. It was contemplated when the original CUP was granted, and it should be contemplated again. But at this point, we just would like to acknowledge that we don't have any change in road use. We don't have any anticipated change in production. So we think it's appropriate to make this consideration after a 2-year increase, or increase over 2 years of 20%. And we can set that 600,000. So if we want to say that if the 2 years shows sales at 720,000 tons over a 12-month rolling average, or 12-month period, it would trigger the review. I can speak to the deed restriction too for a second, Commissioner Kelly, if that's agreeable.
Hang on. What did you say, Sarah?
I can go
Hang
ahead.
on, Patrick. Hang on just a second.
I guess I was trying to see if the commission had consensus around that item before we went to something new.
Yeah, I
Okay,
do want to
good.
trust your budget brain here a little bit, Sarah.
Yeah.
And I get nervous when I hear rolling averages over 20% because my math starts to, and I was better at geometry than algebra. So does that seem?
I think, what about just 2 years in a row that exceed 720?
Say that again.
If there are 2 years in a row that exceed 720, then that triggers a review of the traffic, the truck route.
That doesn't seem to be simpler, Patrick.
I actually think that could work. Let me get confirmation from my team.
So then in the meantime, I guess the
Sounds
question on the deed restriction, I guess
high.
I'd ask that of Mary.
Plus 20% of 600.
Well, 20% of 600 would be 720. That's where he's getting there. But
Yeah.
2 years in a row, I don't think, I mean, they're going to have up years and down years. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, you're still reviewing it every 5, so it's not like if you had 720 and 500 and 720 and you talk about it in 5, but it's.
Okay, well, it looks like Patrick's doing some math as well there. So turns off his camera. Mary, do you want to talk about the deed restriction a little bit?
I can tell you that I've received approval for that. Sorry to interrupt.
That's okay.
This is Mary Miller. We could put a condition on that it be restricted by deed, and then, because I'm imagining, I've heard of quarries that when these later were reclaimed, it became part of a community, they became features, and then the deed could be revised at that time if someone, if a subdivision occurred and they didn't want to have to keep it fenced, but then that would, I don't know what the process is to remove something from a deed restriction. That would take county commission action.
No. I don't know the answer to that
I don't
question.
know the answer to this. Yeah.
Maybe a question for a county counselor. And
Yeah, I can short circuit this. This is Patrick on behalf of the ham companies. We don't own this property. We can't put anything on the deed.
Right, but well,
We can make a condition of your permit.
we can make it a condition of the CUP.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding. What would be the condition?
The condition would be that the owner of the property has a deed restriction on it that requires ...
We could do that for the 2 of the 3 parcels that we own, right? Because we can speak to that. I mean, we don't have the approval of the other owner to put restrictions on their property. We have authority to operate under our lease, but that lease doesn't provide us with discretion to cloud their title.
I don't think you could require the owner to do whatever it is that you want done in terms of the CUP.
Yeah, isn't your lease required, Patrick, on the fact that you have the CUP?
Yeah, maybe I'm not understanding things correctly. The lease and the CUP run together. After reclamation, the lease is terminated and released and the property goes back to the owner. And perhaps you could just restate it again, Commissioner Kelly. What would the deed restriction be again? Or what would the condition be? I'm sorry.
I think the commission is looking for some sort of assurances once the reclamation plan is completed that the property that you're leased will be maintained appropriately. And I guess, Mary, is there, I mean, it seems like the problem is it's leased land, but the CUP runs with is there?
Right, yeah, we're looking for a way to make that condition that it be fenced, and the security, the signage to live after Hams is done quarrying. So that was going to be the agreement, but if the agreement is between Hams and the county commission, and then you no longer lease the property, it really needs to be tied to whoever does own the property.
Correct.
Well, one of the things that comes to mind here is that our reclamation duties will not terminate until that pond is filled. So if we could have a reasonable waiting period after or built into the pond maintenance agreement that it stays at capacity until a particular time at which the pond maintenance agreement would be released, the property would go back into private ownership. And like the county engineer has mentioned, this is a premises liability issue. The owner of this property that currently has leased it for use as a quarry. They understand that the condition after is not going to be agricultural. It's going to be a reclaimed quarry that's safe within the state and standards and the CUP standards. Requiring that a property owner take additional safeguards to monitor their own pond, I think it just presents some issues from just a property ownership standpoint. If Ham were to be in ownership, and we could agree that if we were to come into ownership, we could agree to these terms. But I just see an issue with enforcement and creating this condition on the deed. With that said, we'll be the owner until it fills. We'll be the operator until this pond maintenance agreement is released. We're not going to give this property back under our lease agreement until our reclamation is over.
I guess I would say to that, and I do think, Chad, correct me if I'm wrong here, or Mary or others on the line, my assumption is at that point, once it is no longer under the auspices of Ham Quarry, and there were some sort of problem with the site not being safe, it really becomes a zoning violation at that point.
Possibly. I don't know what part of the code.
I mean, it just unsafe,
but,
there's parts of the code related to, normally it's unsafe structures, but
Right.
unsafe conditions.
Unsafe conditions, health issues.
Yeah, health and safety. So in essence, then it falls to the county to then do which happens all over the county. That's what our job is.
Sarah, would we have 13 years to write some code for lakes
And quarries.
quarries that
That's a
had
good point.
ponds that were over 120 feet deep, to have fencing, including barbed wire fencing and signage around it, and then it would be in violation?
Tanya's on the line too, and I can move her over to talk, but I think you're correct. I think it would give us plenty of time to make sure the code was appropriate.
It took us, yeah.
Took us a long time to get the code updated before, but yeah. Tanya, is my reading on that right?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so the Zoning and Codes Office, that's part of the reason that Ham has, or any quarry has, a reclamation bond. That's because they have to reclaim the property. We actually sign off on those reclamation bonds before the reclamation bonds are released. And so we would have to agree that all of the reclamation plans had been met prior to those bonds being released. If we didn't agree with that, we would be able to keep those bonds held and then go through a process to actually spend those bonds ourselves to reclaim that to our standards. And that's more like if a company goes bankrupt during the process or something like that. But we are actually the ones who release those bonds and verify that the reclamation has been met.
So Tanya, are you saying we could include a condition that the reclamation bond will not be released until there is fencing around? Could we do that? Could we make that condition? No?
It is.
You mean permanent fencing forever? Is that what you mean, Patrick?
I don't know.
But that would be on private property.
I know. I don't know. I'm just brainstorming here. It's a really bad.
I guess what I heard was that part of the reclamation plan was to, once it is completed, that the fencing would be put up. So I don't know that we need to make an extra condition on it because it's included in the plan. And now knowing that this reclamation bond is already happening, that would sort of be in lieu of Commissioner Thelman's suggestion about a deed restriction. I think, if I'm reading her correctly in terms of that. So,
That was
and please
all-
somebody correct me
that
if
was
I'm
all Commissioner Thelman's idea.
right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, and others. So, but please correct me if I'm wrong here. But I believe that the fencing was part of the reclamation plan that's already been stipulated too.
But the fencing is 6 feet tall while the pond is filling.
Agreed. Yep.
When we go in to say the reclamation has been completed, we can release the bond. At that point, there's a lake, and I don't think anything says that a fence has to stay at that point.
Correct.
Yeah. Well, at that point, there's no lease, there's no CUP, it's private property.
It's private
So
property. It's a
They
liability
can leave
issue.
it or they can take it.
Yeah, liability for the owner at that point.
Yep. Buyer beware.
There are people that like ponds.
And really deep ones.
It's true.
Okay. Do we have some consensus here?
Yeah, I'm curious, where are we on all of the conditions? Mary, do you have that screen you could put back up? Can we look at that real quick? I think you had all the conditions and some of them were in red, and I just want to make sure that we're on the same page with the applicant and all the discussions that we've had, that before we make a motion, that we all know what all the conditions are. That's it. Thank you. And so I guess I would be looking for feedback from Patrick and from the commission to make sure we're all on the same page, what we're approving or denying or whatever we're going to do.
I know I had note, it sounded like it was pretty significant decrease in the depth of the pond. It's still deep, but it's not, it's within reach of our sheriff's department. And but that I would like to put a condition that the depth of the quarry be no deeper than 135 feet.
Mary, I'm with you on that. Would it be helpful if we just went, what changes do we need to make to operation plans? What changes do we need to make to reclamation plans? And just sort of go through this so that we're real clear on what conditions. Is that what you're asking, Commissioner DeRusso?
Yes, because we've obviously had a very long discussion. We've talked about several different things. I just want to make sure that the applicant as well as the commission, we all know what the motion, what the final product is.
Okay, this is Mary Miller. The operation plans, the only change that need to be made is if you wanted to include the consultant's recommendations. They recommended putting the ledge benches in and perhaps mapping the walls. So they had several recommendations for the operation of the quarry that was in their letter. And if you wanted, we could just add that.
Yes.
Yes.
That condition. Okay, we'll add that. And then the reclamation plan, we could add that note that not to go over 135 feet on the pond. And also the slopes would have to be 25 feet, 3-to-1 slopes for a depth of 25 feet for both ponds. That would be the change to the reclamation plan, plus that note that the large pond does not go over 135 feet.
Yes.
Okay. And so 15, that had to do with the truck route.
Yeah,
I think it also has some road maintenance. So the condition you were talking about the 20% more, the 720,000 tons for 2 years in a row, would require us to look at roads. We could add that to 15 and not add 23.
Do we add that to 15, Mary, or do we add it to 20? Because that's where the review.
Maybe it should be both places. Just
Okay.
at least reference. You're right. It should reference in both of them. So it could be 15 and 20.
Commissioner Kelly, could you repeat that? I didn't catch that last part.
I was just saying she was putting it in 15, the 2-year 20 plan, and I was just suggesting we put it in number 20, which is about reviews. That condition is about reviews, and Mary suggested we put them in both.
Roger that. Thank you.
Okay, and then the pond maintenance, that was about this, we have to add the 6-foot tall chain link fence, and then some information that has to stay in place along with the agreement until the pond comes to the planned water level. And I don't know if you wanted the water level to be maintained for a certain number of years, or just when it reaches it that we would consider it done.
I think a 1-year waiting period is appropriate.
That sounds good.
Okay. And then I had 23. That was when that was based on Eudora's comment about limiting the truck traffic, but I think we'll take care of that with 15 and 20. So I'll just scratch. That was going to be a new condition.
Okay.
And then I have not prepared I don't have to make a resolution for this CUP just because it's earlier before our zoning regulations revised, but I can make a whole list of these revised conditions and put them on your agenda so you can see them if you want, because there's quite a few changes. Or if you think I can do that, I can just do it and complete it.
I mean, just me. I think you can. I think you've got it, Mary. We can
Okay.
just say based on the revised conditions.
Okay. And there's one other thing that is not noticed here, but one of the conditions that's noted in the staff report is about the performance bond. And so the applicant did give us some bids and the county engineer said they were acceptable. So would we just allow him to, I don't know, they didn't range very much, but to allow him to select the performance bond amount? Or take the average amount or something like that?
I think we can just let the county engineer.
Okay, we'll do that.
Anything else, Mary?
Nope, that was it.
You make it sound so simple, Mary. Thank you. Well, I would just like to say, after all of that, like the other two commissioners, I was very pleased to see that Mr. Nice and the applicants sat down and had a conversation. That's always good to see. I feel much better about the depth of the pond and the 6-foot fence, so that was good news. And I just want to say thank you to all of you for working together and for your patience. And do you want me to make a motion? Okay.
Well, I would commend everybody for the collaborative work on this. That's a good way to go. I have to say, I think when the Eudora Planning Commission came forward with a unanimous yes vote, that is, I have to take that seriously. And it is impressive that there's been some give and take on both sides. And I appreciate that from the HAM's perspective, especially some willingness to compromise and agree to some conditions that none of us knew were even possible a few weeks ago. So, and
I'd like to go ahead.
I would say not related to our conditions in the vote on this, but also the assurance that we're going to address sooner rather than later the complaints of dust and all of that on 1200 Road. I think that helps a lot. So.
Two very minor technical issues, commissioners. One is that we've submitted and agreed to pay some past due consumer price index increases, and this doesn't need to be a condition of this. We'll take it up with the county engineer, and I just wanted to note it for the record that he mentioned to me over the phone that it would be acceptable to pay that amount. So we'll take that on with the county engineer. Secondarily, a very minor technical issue brought to me by Ms. Burks is that this CUP and the operations of the Eudora Quarry are completed, and the applicant on this is all completed under an LLC. It's called NR Ham Quarry LLC. Ham Inc. bought the neighboring property, and I've been referring to my client as the Ham Companies, but the technical applicant in this situation is NR Ham Quarry LLC, and I've been asked to clarify that, so I'd like to just make sure the record reflects that as much.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're just waiting for a motion and then we'll... Okay, I'll make a motion to approve. I've suddenly lost the name of the item. Wait a second. Scroll up. Oh, there it is. Yep. Approve the conditional use permit CUP 19-00568 to permit a 51.2 acre expansion of Ham Quarry and revised reclamation plant at 1258 East 2300 Road based on the revised conditions explained during the meeting. Hope that's right.
Second.
Motion has been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you all for your hard work on that. We really appreciate it. We know that was a long, hard slog. Appreciate everybody who came and gave public comment. These things always seem anticlimactic sometimes at the end. Yeah. All right, let's move on to appointments. I don't think we have any appointments.
I do not have any appointments tonight.
All right, we'll move to general public comment. General public comment will be at the end of each meeting with a limit of 1 comment per person. The commission has the right to place a time limit of 3 minutes per speaker if desired. Individuals may not give unused time to other speakers. As a general practice, the commission will not discuss or debate, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented at this time. Rather, they will refer to the items to staff to follow up if necessary. All comments should be directed at the county commission. Is there anybody online who would like to provide public comment to the commission? All right.
Does not appear to be.
Thank you very much. And I don't think anyone is here to do that. Okay, Commissioner or Administrator Miscellaneous. And we usually start this section with Sarah.
Thanks, Commissioners. Just briefly, in your weekly memo from me, you have again just revised, updated information about CARES Act Round 2 with the state of Kansas. Those applications for part of those funding was released today. So please, just want to make sure everyone's aware of what's happening in that space. And then I just would say, staff is going to work on a continued conversation about if the state makes changes to our CARES Act plan and we need to come back with some modifications. So we're going to come to you with a process for that and bring it back to you at an upcoming meeting pretty quickly here. So thank you that's all I have.
Can I ask quickly on that? You know, we said that we wanted to because we didn't fund the racial equity project, and and we said we would have a study session with the racial equity team and kind of revisit that so that doesn't get lost. Do we have any, I know you've been so busy. I don't know how you'd have a moment to think about it, but do we have a prospect of a study session on that?
What I'd like to do is to have a little bit of more staff time to come back to you with a process, or at least something, and determine if a work session and with what group is needed. So I'd like a little bit more time to see if our friends and the whole community are interested in doing this work collaboratively from that perspective. But it is certainly on my radar, and you should continue to remind me about it if I don't get it done here in a week or two, to at least bring a proposal back.
Anything else, Commissioner Miscellaneous?
You had a note on here about the September 16th
Oh, yes.
meeting.
Thank you. So we had a request we had previously planned to cancel the September 23rd. We have some feedback that we'd like to cancel the 16th instead, and then have the 23rd. Originally, the 23rd was canceled because of professional development that Jill and I would have had, but now don't have. So there was a request to actually just to cancel the 16th. And I do need to get that set. We've got planning commission items coming to us for September. Does that work for the commission to meet on the 23rd and instead of the 16th? Patrick.
I'm almost there. Yes, that's fine.
Okay, thank you so much, commissioners. Thank you for reminding me, Commissioner Druso.
Thank you.
All right, commissioners, anything else? Okay, seeing nothing, we are adjourned.